Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little what the fuck? First two comments. Oof hair, monk mod. Do you want to go do my hair? I was just letting it down for a day, man. Right, that's it. You've all shattered my fragile ego. That's it. That's it. I'm going to have to go do something about it now. No, man, you guys can just deal with it. Anyway, that's it. You know what? You know what? You can all. I'm not dealing with this, and you can all go and blame Cyrillic Dude and Clownish Cat. That's it. See you later. Bye-bye. See you later, shitlords. The fucking stuff I have to put up here. Goddamn, I haven't even started the fucking stream. And this is the kind of shit that I have to deal with every fucking day. Fucking bullshit. Fucking piece of... Fine. I'll stream. Anyway, looking like a Templar chapter 7. Hey, I tell you what, I've been accused of being a Black Templar before, you know. Jesus Christ. God damn it. You play bolt action and people immediately think you're a Black Templar fan. Anyway, where are we going to? It's big weekend. It's a big weekend. So, before all of the hair comments completely triggered me, I actually was doing my usual thing of like browsing the internet, not in that way, and going from sort of different forums and stuff, keeping tabs on the world of wargaming and Warhammer and all this kind of stuff. And I came across some interesting data. I know, me looking at data guy. But apparently, I don't mean to alarm you, but apparently the 40k meta is a little broken. Again. Right. I know it's a bit early to get into this. It's a little early, so I'm gonna just give you guys the heads up. Water is wet, all that kind of stuff. But can we kind of just accept now that 40k is never going to be balanced, and everything that we have sacrificed for balance has basically been in vain and a waste of time? And as a result, can we just dial back the clock to like 3 years ago, before 10th edition started purging everyone's fucking collections? And can we just get all the fun stuff back? Can we just get the fun things back now? It's not balanced. It's never gonna be. And look, if after 3 years of the most balanced edition ever, it's still in the fucking toilet, come on, what we doing here? So basically, to give you the heads up, obviously, post Christmas, around Christmas and post Christmas, we had the whole Victrix spam going off on one, right? Now that's obviously old news now. It's crazy to think that Victrix spam was broken up until only a couple of weeks ago, and it's still considered old news, right? But apparently Catan have just been going around fisting people. Necrons have just been fisting people. Necrons are on a 64% win rate. If you remove the mirror match, it's close to 70% win rate. I mean, it's, you know what, I've heard, it's you could go back to 2024, I was saying the same stuff, and to 2025 and saying it. Let's just be real. Necrons apparently had more wins combined than every other faction this weekend. It's crazy that. I mean, we'll get into the data when I find it, but when I pull it up, I mean. But yeah, so yeah, basically, it's just well, Warforged, I'm not sure, to be honest. I'll look into it. I just skimmed it, but yeah, basically, the 40k meta is gigafucked again. And bear in mind, there's no excuses now. Because all the codexes are out. Remember that. Remember how the wait and see crowd kept saying, don't worry, wait until the next balance patch? And do you remember how the wait and see crowd said, don't worry, when every codex has got their faction, it'll be balanced? Do you remember that? Do you remember all those times we were told to wait and see and it never mattered? You know? I think we just have to accept that, 40k should be a fun game, not a competitive game. Despite everyone's best efforts, it's fucked. Anyway, so that's the first thing, and we'll get into the deets of that later on. They meant the next balance patch. This is the current balance patch. Oh, of course, Greasy Cloak, of course. But then also, on a more positive note, guess what? New plastic Totenkorp, bitches! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. New plastic Totenkorp. I've already built 2 of them. I've already got my video recorded. It's going out tomorrow. And let me tell you, boys, these... Yeah, you're getting a Warlord Tuesday and a Warlord Wednesday this week, by the way. You're getting double doozies. So yeah, guys, they're great. Like, actual 10 out of 10 kit. Like, I don't mean to, poke a nerve here. But there's like 0 mold lines on this kit. And I know that's a bit of a sore topic for Ultramarine players right now. But the fact that, Warlord Games is putting out... I mean, I'm going to be real with you. These... mold lines. I could go to the wall area. I could go to the wall area right now, the wall of models. I could go there, pull out any kit, any 40k kit, open it, and I bet you it would have worse mold lines than this. I bet you it would. But we're gonna have a little look at the new kit. We're gonna build a couple of models or something on stream to show you guys how good they are. And we're gonna talk about some 40k meta stuff, and then pretty much anything else that goes. So we've got a couple of hot topics to talk about today, of course, but this is the Mordy and Glory stream. So the truth is, anything goes. We can talk about, I've got stuff I want to talk about, but I know you guys will also have like big weekends, like on your hobby in front and on your like playing front, like tournament reports, all that kind of stuff. So guys, even though I've got a couple of things to talk about, the truth is, anything goes, and we can talk about anything and everything to your heart's desire, whether it's 40k or old world or conflict or whatever it may be. We're going to have a good old chinwag, and we're going to start the week off right. So there we are. So with all of that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And of course, we must begin with our traditions, because traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. So stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their Totenkorp out? We've got Airborne, Drencher, Oswald, John Shepard, Damn Legion, Warpford, Chicken Dead, Godlike Poet, FRVN, Cyrillic Dude. We've got, oh shit, Spriggs has fucked it. Right, 1 minute. Civil Logic, Zello, Clannish Cat, Mutt Dog, Still Unsure, Sam Wilson, Jack Hanson, Vladimir, Marco, Tosby Station, Jarrot, Metal, Doom. I think Spriggs might be here. Mark Delamerland, It's a Me Rev, Greasy Cleric, Jenny Bratz, Warhammer Beyond, Still Unsure, Squawk, Big Old Jim. We've got Muzz Lightyear. We've got the Al Soven. We've got Blonde Demon, Ben Muser, Vladimir, Macon, Clannish Cat, Commit Tax Fraud, not financial advice. We've got Garzan05, Patrick H90, Swampy Turtle, Florida Eccentric, and 1 minute, and 1 minute in between all the Spriggs stuff. We've got Andrew T and Leroy Bounds and Mangoich Bronskin, Ride Master, the Gaming Studio, Tropic Activity, and Vladimir, and Butt Mountain, and DeForge Studios, and Jam Sponge. Oh, could go for a bit of Jam Sponge now. And we've got a Gaming Stuka, and UC, Russell W, Freedox, Returnal Rhombus, Rat Bastard, Mostly Harmless, Ride Master, Grape Ape and Rob Swift and Richard Seaton, Ibram Gore, Awesome Out West, Macon and Ben and Sandarius and Mike P and Rob Swift and Phantom Zero. And I think we've got pretty much everyone now. Let's have a look. I can't actually tell because now everyone's copying Spriggs. Thomas Weston, I don't think I've said you yet. Butt Mountain, Justin Miller, Dan, and Blackhawk, and Darth Goose, and Zeb, and Air Marshal Roach, and Sonsu, and Justin, and Raising Rune Lords, and Reed, Logan, and Java, and Robert M, and Squiggle to Sean, and Freedox, and Chris Camp, Cosmic. Right, that's everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards. Thank you for joining today's stream. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all that good stuff if you've not done so already. And before we get into today's topics, let's take a moment to go through and say our thank yous and show our appreciation for those people that have got the stream started off right, coming in with all of the super chats and stuff. So first up, we've got Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part to keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts, sir. Thank you, man. We've also got Spriggs. Spriggs, thank you for super chat, man. Happy Monday, Big Bulge Boy. Big Bulge Boys. How is the cat doing? The cat's doing well. So his bum is still stapled up, but one of the staples it's not really come out, but it's kind of like one of the staples has come loose to give you the non-gory details. So like the wound has opened up like a bit, but it's basically mostly fused now. And I think by the time he gets the staples out on Thursday, he'll probably be all right. So yeah, he's doing fine. It's a lot better than it was. And he's had his last antibiotics today, so now he's on the home stretch now. So hopefully by Thursday he'll have no cone on his head, and he'll have the staples out of his bum, and he'll be all right. Hopefully, there we are. He's been very good about it, but you can tell he is ready to like. He's feeling a lot better. He's running around like a mad person and everything, which we have to try and stop him because he stretches his legs, stretches his bum, and all that kind of stuff. But the point is that he's eating well. He's obviously on the mend. We just need to keep the cone on so he doesn't pull the staples out so they can do their thing. But yeah, he's had lots of treats. Yeah. So cat's doing all right. Thank you for asking, Spriggs. Cat update. It needs to become like stream regular. Is the cat okay today morning? Yeah, they're fine. Yeah. Russell W coming in again. Russell W, thank you for the 20-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Russ W, for the membership, and thank you for your membership as well. 007, mate. Thank you for doing your part. Speaking of gifted memberships, we've got Mark of Talibatland. Deus Tal. Thank you, Mark of Talibatland, for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the state troop to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Ludwig, of course. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to Dark Knight Curran. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat, man. Why are Space Marine Heavy Stubbers so ubiquitous, but Imperial Guard Stubbers aren't? I just want to give my infantry squads an M2 for Emperor's sake. Let me vibe GW. Yeah, you know what? It's an older bug. It's an older what's the frustration? It's an older frustration, sir, but it checks out. I totally agree. When GW redid the Primaris, or redid Marines with all the Primaris stuff, why did they give them loads of stubbers? Why wouldn't they give them Stormbolters everywhere? I mean, I know they gave them Stormbolters as well, but why did they give them stubbers on top of that? Because stubbers are cool. Yes, stubbers are cool. I get that, but it's a little bit like beneath a Space Marine to use a stubber. Isn't it? Like, do you know who are the original offenders of this though? The AdMech. Like, I always found it really like a bit weird that the AdMech, the people who have access to literally the best technology in the Imperium. Okay, maybe there's some shit the custodians have, but you know, basically, by and large, the best tech in the Imperium, and they're just like, why don't we put like a stubber on it? Oh, but it's a Cognis stubber. Yeah, but it's still just basically a 50 cal. It's quite primitive. Like they should have, the AdMech, it's very obvious what should have happened. Is the AdMech obviously should have got like Volkite weapons everywhere. Because Volkite is really rare and they'd be the only ones that would be allowed to have it. So think about it. It makes perfect sense that the AdMech would have a pintle-mounted Volkite weapon. Because to everyone else, Volkite's really like rare and important. But the AdMech are like, got like dozens of these things knocking around. No dramas. And then the Marines obviously should have just got Stormbolters everywhere. Because Stormbolters are like very Marine-y. And the Guard should have had, the Guard and Gene Silico obviously should have had stubbers for days. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a bit weird. Like, it's just a bit weird. Yeah. I totally agree. Dark Knight Kieran. In the grim darts of the far future, we are still using the M2. I mean, we are. It's true. All sorts of monstrosities exist out there, but none of them can stand up to a good old 50 cal. Yeah. Air Marshal Roach makes an interesting point. The AdMech stubbers are the original M2 Brownings. Using the ancient tech is an act of worship. I suppose, but it does feel like stubbers are like pretty, you know, like I think, you know, technically you could say a revolver is ancient tech, but not got many AdMech people running around with those things. Like just a, oh, not even that, like a musket. Bro, there's no brain involved with Primaris. Come on now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I think as time goes on, I think more and more people are just kind of waking up to GW's ways, shall we say. Yeah, yeah. To be fair, yeah, so have you looked at the Skitarii sprues? They've got like musket revolvers. Yeah, but it's not though, is it? Because it's not fat. Like the thing is, there's style, there's stylistic stuff, and then there's just like what it's actually doing. So obviously, like, you know, the weapons that the Rangers have got equipped with aren't like actually revolver muskets, are they? But a stubber is a stubber. Like it's just a 50 cal machine gun. Do you know what I mean? So it's a little different. I know what you guys are saying, but don't let the window dressing fool you. There you are. It's only a little thing. Like, look, I don't care. Like, stubbers are cool, machine guns are cool. I'm not actually that put out by it. I just always thought that it was a bit weird that they gave the AdMech and the Primaris loads of stubbers when there were obviously, like, other weapons they could have gone for, which maybe would have felt a little bit more in line. But, yeah. There we go. Why do they have wood furniture with the weapons? Wood furniture seems very un-AdMech. That's true. Yeah. But, to be fair, like, I think that's kind of the Restorians used to have wood on their weapons, and they were like finely crafted. But who knows? Who knows? 40k is a convoluted enigma at the best of times. There we are. J Seth Key, thank you for super chat, man. Some of them are great for killing humans, and killing humans is 95% of the Imperium's workload. It's mostly putting down uprisings. Yes, but I don't feel like Marines are putting down a lot of uprisings. You know, that's the guard's job. I agree. Stubbers should be everywhere in the guard. I agree, but it's, 99% of the Imperium's workload is done by the guard, and they should have all the stubbers. Yeah. So I kind of agree with you on one bit, but I don't agree that they make sense with AdMech and Marines. Look, you're just never going to convince me. Do you know, crazy opinion here. One, which is not going to go over well, but I don't think that bolters are a good weapon for Marines. Controversial opinion, right? I know that's going to upset a lot of people, but I'll take. Okay, hear me out. I don't think bolters are necessarily the best weapon for the modern Space Marine. I think they made sense as weapons in the Heresy, but the modern Marine often drops in, like smashes an area, right? Which is cool, right? But the problem for a lot of Marines is that they, especially if they deploy by drop pod, there's like the issue of like logistics, because they often just drop with what they've got on them, and so even if you've got loads of like pouches and stuff, the bolter is quite a ammo intensive weapon, and yet Marines often are dropping into areas where they don't have a lot of ammo. So I think Marines made sense. I think bolters made sense for Marines during the Great Crusade because they always would have been, they would have been fighting as like legions and stuff. So there would have been the logistical sort of weight behind them. If at the very least, I will say this, I don't think bolters make sense for every Marine chapter. I think for some Marine chapters, they probably still do. Like, I think, with like Imperial Fist, I think it makes sense stuff. I'm just going to say this. All right. I'm just going to say this. Raven Guard shouldn't get bolters. Raven Guards shouldn't get bolters. Raven Guard should be forced to use las guns. Or las rifles. Something like that. Basically, you gotta take all the bolters off the sneaky boys. And it almost certainly doesn't make sense for yeah. Anyway, I'll be honest with you. I'm mostly trolling. And it's one of those things, like, you don't need to think too closely about it. And you've also got the element. I can actually counter argue my own point. I can I can see both sides of the argument, because on the other hand, the bolter in some ways could be argued to be a perfect weapon for Marines. Okay, because Marines are not expected to do prolonged combat, so they have to have the firepower to deliver a lot of damage in a very short space of time. So that's why the bolter's a really good weapon for them, because individually each round is so devastating. Because a bolter can do damage to like armored vehicles and stuff. We've seen that. Not necessarily like tanks and whatnot, although it's rear armor and whatnot, blah blah blah. But the point is, like, if the Marines can like drop in, smash, and then get picked up, that's fine. Yeah. As long as the Marines have got a good exit, or that they are doing, or the mission goes to plan, then I don't think, which it typically does do with Marines, because they could just brute force their way through so many scenarios. Yeah, I think the bolter does make sense. It just doesn't make sense for prolonged operations. And it would be kind of cool to see what weapons Marines would actually use in those situations. Yeah. Anyway, we're massively off topic now. I think the game being balanced around Marines makes Space Marine bolters seem weaker than they are. Oh, yeah, I'm not even talking about in-game. I wasn't even talking about in-game. I was talking about in-universe. Yeah. Yeah. It turns out that CS Goto was right all this time, and every Marine should be given a multi-laser. There you are. Hotshot lasguns would work. Hotshot lasguns would probably work, yeah, to a certain extent. But hotshot weapons often go through barrels very quickly. Yeah. At the end of the day, Marines, there's one thing that never runs out of ammo. And that's a blade. So maybe that's how... Maybe Marines don't need guns to be... to get the job done. I imagine a Marine could probably get 99% of the missions he's called upon to execute done with just a combat knife. Yeah. There we are. They only ever really shoot if they really need to. Yeah. You can break a blade? I don't know. I don't think... Maybe. I can imagine Marine blades are pretty decent. That's true though, Totenkorp. Yeah. I imagine you... But yeah. But, anything... fine. A melee weapon. Marines can just run around with bits of brick if they need to. Just like bashing the shit out of people. Yeah. Speaking of Marines and power, have you seen the new Raiders data sheet? They are stacked. Yeah, like... I called this, guys. We're off topic, but I'm just going to say, send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. 3 wound Marines incoming. Oh, but Mordian, technically they're like in a circle, so they're like chosen. Yeah, why are chosen are 3 wounds? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You gotta go further back. You gotta scratch below the surface. Yeah. 3 wound Marines. This is by the time 11th edition is done, 3 wound Marines will be standard. Yeah. There you go. 3 wound Marines will be standard. There you go. Because GW made everyone have extra wounds, and then they've upped all the power, so now they need to up all the wounds again. Yeah, because how do you deal with the lethality? Gotta pump those numbers up. At some point, we are going to cross the threshold where a basic Marine in 40k will have as many wounds as like a Demon Prince in Old World. Because I think Demon Princes in Old World have got like 4 wounds. They're not that many. They're not that many. Yeah, at some point. Yeah. I mean, why do Bulgrin only have 3 wounds? I mean, if Marines are getting 3 wounds, I think we've got to pump Bulgrin up to 5. Loots, 3 wound Marines and conscripts return. I'll take it! I'll take it. No more complaints. I love 3 wound Marines. I've always been a 3 wound Marine fan. You know what? GW hasn't been pumping those stats up enough. They've not been pumping those stats up enough. Damn good deal. You take that deal? I take that deal. Damn right. Damn good deal. There you are. My assault dominates are 4 wounds. Yeah. Yes, they are, sir. Yes, they are. Eternal Rhombus, 2-year edition through Marines, 4 turns. Boom. You've got it. Serious question. Do you think we'll see 4-turn 40k? I think it's on the cards. I think it's on the cards. Boys, I think you... No, you know what? I'm not going to get into this yet. I'm going to that is actually a topic of discussion. I actually wrote down, where did I put it? I was up until like 5 in the morning on Saturday just writing ideas down for topics I want to discuss on stream and stuff, and video topics and stuff. So that's one of them. So we'll get to that later. But I think 4-turn 40k is incoming. I think it is. I think it's inevitable. Because I'll give you my headline reasoning now, and then we'll get into it properly a bit later, all right? How many times have you played a game or watched a game, whether it's on like a live stream or something, and it's at a tournament and both sides have run out of time? Both sides have run out of time by like turn 4, and they just talk out turn 5. No one finishes their games in 5 turns. Everyone has to talk out the last turn constantly. It's very, very, very rare that never happens. So there's already... Remember, the game is being run by the competitive crowd at the moment. The game is being won by the competitive crowd. What does the competitive crowd like to see? They like to see more games. Why do you think tables went from the one size to another? Because one part of it was GW had a bunch of battle mats they wanted to sell, the Carver ones. But another one was because a huge amount of competitive players that are basically like a lobbying group within 40k, basically wanted to make the table sizes smaller so that they could fit more tables into the same amount of space. They could sell more tickets and make more money. Right? That's actually true, by the way. That's not like conspiracy theory. That's actually fucking true. All right? I know it from people. That's been said publicly by loads of TOs, and I have had people literally very, very, very influential TOs, shall we say, who I have been around, who I've been in the house. I've been at the same table of, whilst we've been having a few beers and a few drinks and stuff at the edge of the conversation. And I've been part of those conversations, not been part of, I've overheard those conversations, shall we say. I'm just saying, I've heard it. I know that's true. All right. Dude, it's true. It's fucking true. Now, I'm telling you, what does the competitive crowd like to see? More rounds. Why does the competitive crowd like to see more rounds? Because the more rounds that you play in a tournament, the more like crunchy you can get the data. The more crunchy you can get the data. For like, why do you think like super majors are like, because there's so many players that they have to go down more rounds, right? That's the way it's going to go. 6-round GTs are incoming. It's happening. And how can they make 6-round GTs standard? 4-turn games. Take 1 turn of each game, take that time off each game, put it into a 6th game. I'm telling you, 4 turns, 40k, it's coming, whether you like it or not. There you go. There you go. But we'll come back. So, guys, conflict. Right, we'll come back to it. We'll come back. 3 rounds Sat, 3 rounds Sunday. There you go. There you go. That's it. Because think about how do What is the go-to meta of 40k right now? I'm going too deep. I want to save this for later. What is the go-to meta of 40k right now? High pressure melee lists. What turn do high pressure melee lists go on? They have go turn on turn 2. They try and smash you turn 2, turn 3, and then pick up, and then they want the game to be over by the time turn 4 comes around. That's what they want. That's it. The meta is already there. The armies that are being pumped and being played right now are already there. It's already happening. It's already happening. Why do you think units are designed to go... Psh? Yeah. Anyway, right. I'm going to come back to it. Think about it. Wake up, sheeple. Wake up. We're getting deep on the conspiracies tonight, boys. All right. Got some more super chats coming in here. Simple Logic. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the whole squad to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I raise my glass to you. There we are. There we are. All right, don't worry, Spriggs. I've got my timer. Half 10. I'm doing my workout. I'm back on the workouts this week, boys. John Shepard, thank you for the 10-month member flex, man. My stuff I got at York Gaming Show and work in progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Wow, that's a hobby haul. That is right there. Let's have a look. Okay, so not yesterday, but Sunday before I went to that Wargaming show, picked up 0 Hour. Not a chance to read it yet. Got 2 Legions Imperialis, Solar Auxilia Battle Forces. One slightly different to the other. Another box of Wargames Atlantic Zombies for Totenkorp. And been painting ambush spots on my tanks. Still got 3 hexes to do the spots on. I missed all of last week's stream and I ran out of mobile data, lol. Hey, it happens, man. It happens. Good to have you back in the stream now, though, bro. Yes. Legion Imperialis is cool, man. You do get a lot in those boxes. Very, very cool. And that's the combined arms battle group. Ooh, okay. So a little bit less tank heavy and a little bit more. Oh, no. I think is one just straight up bigger than the other? Maybe one gets more. One doesn't come with transports. Oh no. Maybe one's got more infantry. Yes, I think one's getting a little bit more infantry. But either way, man, those look like two very, very good boxes for Legions Imperialis. I'd love to play it, man. Yeah. I'd love to play it. Hey, got the spots on the ambush camo. Nice. Looks a lot better with the dots on, for sure, man. For sure. Excellent work, John. Love it, mate. Thank you for support and great to have you back in the stream, man. We've got Mal. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Mal, as always, I raise my glass to you. Thank you for your support, sir. Officer and gentleman and scholar. We've got Florida Eccentric. Thank you for super chat, man. Some hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Some building done at home for a change. Built some K-47 British and got some goodies from Warlord. Let's have a look, man. Hey, look at that, bro. Look at that. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. That's a mighty fine British army you got there, bud. Mighty fine. Hey, you got the sniper guy. British Cromwell T. Can't complain about the old Crommy T. And you got the factory. Hey, that's cool, man. That's super fucking cool, bro. Nice. Hey, man, just got to slap some paint on those bad boys now. Yeah. Oh, and you did the same trick that I did with the green stuff on the joints. Yeah, I literally filmed a video that's going to be going out this Wednesday, which is a how-to guide on building these robots because people are struggling. Rightly so. Not rightly so as in a good way, but very understandably, they're struggling a little bit with those robots. Yeah. All right. Cool, man. Looking good. All right, what do we got next? We've got Bored Baobab. Thank you for super chat, man. Have you heard you talk about Exile Edition? I DM'd you the link. Just so everyone knows, you don't sign up to Northern Exile's Patreon to get access. Hey, understood, mate. Dude, thank you for support. I saw those links come in. I've not had a chance to look at it yet, but I do plan looking at it at some point in the near future, because it's kind of cool seeing because a lot of people talk about writing their own edition, and a lot of people are working on their own edition, but it's kind of cool to see someone that's actually managed to do one. So it's kind of cool. So I'll definitely be having a look at it. Thank you for the links, man. And thank you for the heads up on the whole how to get access to it, man. Yeah, cool. We've got what have we got next? We've got Greedy Cleric. Greedy Cleric. Thank you for super chat, man. Built the howitzer and the Horo in the new Japanese starter. So many choices on what to do with the infantry. Hey, well, I always find you can never go wrong with a nice core of riflemen for the Japanese, because you want to have just some nice, cheap-ish infantry to do a good banzai charge with. So my advice would be your first lot of infantry, do what you want with them, but you're probably going to end up getting an extra box anyway, because you can never go wrong with too many troops, right? At some point, you just want to basically be like, I've got 2 big squads of rifles. At some point. And then after, and then you obviously you can do what you want with all the other infantry and everything, but at some point it's a couple of big rifle squads. It's a really good core to any Japanese force. Yeah. So yeah, that'd be my advice. But dude, you do you. Have fun with it, man. Have fun with it. And Greasy Clark, it's great to see you've been jumping on the Japanese. I've actually been doing a little bit of work on my Japanese recently, not on the bolt action side, but actually on the Conflict 47 side. I was lucky enough to grab, I saw them on eBay. Someone was selling, someone was selling 5 of the new Ghost Warriors for like £16, which is actually like £9 off, which is really, really good. Now the reason they were a bit cheaper is because they didn't come with any instructions or any bases. It was literally just the models in the blister. But considering I've got loads of spare models, spare bases, I figured it was a pretty good deal. So yeah, got those, and then combined those 5 with the fact that I got a sample one of them sent to me by Warlord a little while ago just to have a look at, and the fact that I picked up the special edition miniature, and I have now got my 3rd 7-man squad of Ghost Warriors. Yes, I'm telling you, boys, I'm putting a little bit of work into the Japanese. I got my 3rd 7-man squad there. I got I'm going to be getting another 7 Shibito from this, because I'm going to turn the American ones into Shibito. And then I'm going to have so that's going to be some more Shibito, and then I'm going to have I think is it 24 or 48. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of basic bozos conscript with rifles, and then I'm gonna have 20 of the Arasaka guys with the compression guns. So my Japanese force is going to be getting a lot of support soon, and we will make the Banzai great again. We will do. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, should be good. So it's great to see more people jumping on the Japanese, both K47 bot action, because they are a great faction. Yeah. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Andrew T. Thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for continuing to do your part, and also a big shout out to Thomas Weston for the same thing. Thank you for continuing the good fight, sir. Thank you, Thomas Weston, for renewing your channel membership. We've also got the Blonde Demon. Blonde Demon, thank you for the 9-month member flex, sir. Death Stars was so broken. 40k still feels balanced. Yeah, I think, you know what, man? I think that's a huge part of it. I think that 40k has been so... There was a time where 40k was so phenomenally broken that anything that's come since has always been measured up against basically 6th and 7th edition, right? Basically, everything's been measured up against 7th edition. And so anytime any, conversations around the game being broken or balanced or whatever, people always, including myself, we almost default to that. Hey, look, it used to be way more broken, so this is fine. And in a funny sort of way, I actually think that we're almost, I think that is wrong. Because 7th edition, especially, was broken. But there was a time before 6/7th. And that should be the time that we, in many ways, compare to. That in many ways, that should be the time that we compare to. Because I think the issue is that we keep comparing balance to the wrong. We keep comparing modern balance to the wrong thing. You shouldn't be comparing modern balance to when 40k was at its most broken. You should be comparing modern balance to the last time 40k was relatively balanced. That should be, when you think about it, that should be our litmus test. That should be our standard. Yeah. There you go. 7th edition is the most broken 40k ever been. That doesn't mean it still isn't broken in a new and interesting way now. Yeah. I started in 4th guard with the Whipping Boys, even then, most of the time. I think the thing is, I don't know about you, Blonde Demon. Maybe I think this. I can understand where you're coming from because I also played then. But I played then when I think a big part of. Let me rephrase this. I agree with you, but I think there's slightly more context to it, which is probably that if we took the way information is disseminated then, which is people talking, internet basically meaning nothing, and compare and did 10th edition along those lines, it would probably feel very, very different. I think the thing which leads to 40k becoming very imbalanced or going through these big spikes and troughs of balance in the modern age is how much information can spread out there. Yeah. How quickly it can spread. I'm not saying that's a point in my favor or a point in anyone's favor. I'm saying that's probably the biggest thing. Yeah. Like, I think, and also there's an element to the way the rules feel now. Like, whilst losing is often not as fun as winning, I do feel like losing back in the day often didn't feel as bad as losing now, because you had those chances for epic moments, because there were a lot less dice being rolled. There was a different kind of lethality going on. Yeah. I just think the 40k has lost organic epic moments, and if there's anything that I think needs to be brought back to the game more than anything else, I do think we need to get those organic epic moments back one way or another. Yeah. The rise of the internet says broadband felt like when things broke quicker and net listing got going. I agree, Blonde Demon. I agree, because when I played because I only found out decades later that double Lashwick Demon Prince was broken in 4th edition. I only found, like, literally, I because even though I played loads and loads and loads of 4th edition when I was a young man, I never encountered that just because no one in my local area had that. And even there was Chaos players in my local area, but they just didn't have that broken shit. Yeah. That was the one that could move your models. Yeah, so how it worked is it basically they could move your models, and what the opponent would do is bunch them all up and then drop a pie plate on them. Obviously, the pie plate could scatter, so it wasn't that bad. And there was cover saves. So I often feel like it gets overstated how powerful it was. Yeah. basically the big tentacle comes out, makes everyone, but wraps everyone up, and then they try and blow you up. But yeah. So it was I think the things that were more, I honestly think the shit that was broken back then is so tame in comparison to the shit that is broken now. And it's not even tame as in, it's not even tame like just like comparing like the two systems against each other. I mean, relatively, taking into account relative change and everything, relatively the shit that was broken back then was so tame in comparison to the stuff now. Yeah. 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 So it's a lot. It's a different world. It's a different world now. But yeah, modern 40k is. I feel like so many of us have so many complaints about modern 40k. But modern 40k is in a very strange place. It's in a really strange place. No one can quite agree on what's not quite right about it, but many people can agree what's quite right. And when you try and express it, you tend to find that people, like you try and express it, then someone who will pipe up and go, oh, but X, Y, Z, and you'll sort of reason it through, and they'll sort of present you with this whole bunch of reasonable arguments that you can't really refute, and they almost convince you like that actually modern 40k is great. But modern 40k it's not that it's bad. It's not that it's bad. I think it catches on probably more strays than is fair. But something is definitely different. I know that sounds a little bit like Halo 3 when the Prophet of Truth takes off and it's like, what did the Prophet regret? Did he activate the rings? And Captain Key's like, no, but he certainly did something. No shit, Sherlock. Right. So I know it's different. But we're not talking like rule. We're not talking anything like tangible. I think it's tricky. Intangibly, it's different in a way that no one can quite agree. And there's lots of things it should have going for it, but yet there's lots of things that it seems to just not quite feel right on. Yeah. Yeah. There can be reasons why modern 40k is great, but it doesn't stop things feeling off when you play it. Yeah. I think modern 40k does get demonized a bit. I think I've demonized it myself, personally, internally and externally. But it's definitely a bit off. It's good. It's a bit off. I think that's quite a fair, and that's quite, I try my best to always be, even though I love a good clickbaity title, I do try my best to be quite fair-minded with a lot of stuff. And I think that's quite a fair way of putting it. Yeah. I think it comes down to my original theory, which I've been sort of talking a lot about recently, which I think people have just no-lifed it too much. Truthfully, I think people have just massively overplayed 10th edition. And there's some people that are like, I only started last week. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like this doesn't apply to you. Keep trucking, have a great time. I think there's a lot of people, because remember 10th edition, it was kind of a hard reset, but it was also for a lot of people a continuation. Like it was a reset in terms of a lot of rules, but it was a continuation in terms of a lot of people's careers, 40k careers. And I feel like it's just, I think people played too much of it. I think you can explain 99% of the issues with that. Yeah. But we'll see. But that's just my opinion. That's my opinion. What do we got next? Got some more super chats coming in here. Committed tax fraud. Commit tax fraud. Thank you so much for 6 months, man. Got my first game in ages tonight. Beyond excited. Hey! Well, I hope you have fun with it, mate. Go and smash it. Have fun. Roll them bones. Have a great time, man. There you are. We've got Interactivity. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Bonjour, la baguette in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. I'm ready for big baguette boys. Hey, here we go. Been busy building and printing my French army for bolt action. I've heard on the grapevine playtesting is finished and the book has gone to print. Got anything you can share, mon ami? Sadly not. Sadly not. I'm sure if I asked Warlord, they would give me more information, but I have to admit my attention has been somewhat focused on K47 recently. But mate, they look great, man. They look really, really, really fucking cool. I'm loving all like the armored cars and the many FT17s, man. Awesome. A little bit of Empire. Yeah. I know you've shown some of the models off before, man. I love Old World. Cool, man. I love it. Excellent stuff, man. Looking forward to seeing it all painted up. What do we got after that? Ridemaster! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts, sir. There we are. We'll have them holding the trench line before the stream is out, sir. We've got Q-Tut. Thank you for the super chat, man. Sir, I had my first AOS game last week. Learned some things how 40k could steal from AOS to improve. It's in stream discussion. Also, pictures. Hey, that's cool, man. There's I've been talking a little bit about AOS recently, so it's kind of cool to see other people in the community have been trying out. I mean, I've been talking a little disparagingly about it, but not really very beefy, just sort of an outsider's perspective looking in many ways. Good evening, sir. I come to report from my first AOS game last week and would like to impart what I believe 40k can steal from AOS that would improve it. Every mission has its own terrain maps that are not just spam L-shaped ruins. Places of power that empower your characters, especially are great and flavorful. In addition, every mission has the benefits for underdog. Players behind in VP at the start of the battle to help even things out without giving people victory points for stupid actions. 2. No fucking rerolls. The only thing I know that you can reroll is a charge for 1 unit, and it is heaven because it saves so much time. Yeah. Lower overall AP. AP3 is basically unheard of, and it makes things more survivable. Love that. Yeah. The free faction terrain every faction gets would let you take an Age of First Life. Would you take an Age of First Life for free? Don't lie, you would. Yes, but that is because I'm a power, well, not really a power gamer, but I'm a competitive player. Bro, you let me take war gear for free, I'd take it for free. Okay, so like I know what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree with the sentiment. And most of it looks gorgeous and has great flavor. Imagine Nid's getting a biomass converter that can turn dead enemies into reinforcements. 1,000 Suns is each in focus to help out their spells. World is building a skull throne to give them more and more buffs the more shit dies. The possibilities are great. I think this is the most important one. End of turn scoring for everyone, every turn. No more I stand on objective, shoot you off yours, you score 0. You move on to the objective, shoot me off, I score 0. You had second turn, so you get 53 primary, end of game, lol. Okay, so some things I agree with here. I agree, no fucking rerolls. Just get rid of all rerolls, man. I agree AP needs to come down massively. Massively, massively. I'm not so hot on faction-free terrain because it might be free in points, but it's not free in money. You know, and not that I'm a tight ass, but I'm always a bit loath to buy something which might go away the next edition. You know, why I've only bought 1 Codex this edition, just for the guard. Yeah. Yeah. And then we've got editor and scoring for everyone. I mean, I'm okay with that. That's a bit like an old world. But that's a bit like an old world. I kind of like end of game scoring, but end of game scoring doesn't work so well with I go, you go. It works better in a game like bolt action / conflict because it's pseudo ultimate activations. Yeah. Yeah. I like the terrain, though. I love, you know what? I'm just going to say it. Age of Sigmar's got better terrain than 40k. That terrain is very reminiscent of old 40k boards. Mm-hmm. I will say this once. I will say this many times. If they got rid of the double turn, even if there's many logical reasons for why the double turn might work in Sigmar, whatever, like it's just an optics thing, it's a perception thing, it's a vibe thing. If they got rid of the double turn in Sigmar, I would probably get into it. Because I'm very open to playing new game systems now. If they got rid of double turn Sigmar, I can tell you exactly what I'd do. I'd fly over to eBay. I'd hoover up a bunch of Stormcast for pennies, because they are so fucking cheap, Stormcast. They're basically giving them away. And I would build a big fucking shield wall of Stormcast, and I wouldn't care if I lost every game. I'd just vibe with it. Yeah, that's what I would do. But because of the double turn, I just can't. That's just one barrier I just can't cross. Yeah. Yeah. But I love I have to say, I love the terrain. I do. That terrain is a big improvement over 40k terrain. Yeah. At the very least, I'd be willing to give Sigmar a go. But yeah. But I agree with Stormcast is dirt cheap on resellers, man. Because thing is, there's all the old versions of stuff, because they did the big refresh, right? There's all the old versions which are still totally legal. Like, Stormcast with a hammer and shield is still legal, yeah. Let's have a look here. It's got some people from Sigmar chatting in, which is good. 40k Elden Lean, 40k competitive is great, casual trash. AOS competitive trash, casual is great. I'll die on this hill. That appeals to me. I play enough competitive games, yeah. The best thing about AOS is when your entire faction gets invaded, you have to put your mods in a fire. That was a one-time thing. Yeah. Not gonna lie, sell him in AOS there, lol. Yeah, I agree with Macon, yeah. Because it's less shooting, you can have less terrain. Yep. Elden Lean. I've got to say, Morden, I didn't have a double turn in the last 3 games I played because it was more detrimental than anything. Was that like a house rule? Where you were like, let's just not do the double turn? Was that like the house rule? Because if that's the case, that's great, man. Like, maybe that's just a way of doing it. Yeah. Just... No, because taking a double turn would have made me lose. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, if you take double turn, you don't score secondaries, and an opponent gets extra command points. I have been looking into the whole double turn thing a little bit more. I had heard of some stuff like that. The thing is, my understanding is that Games Workshop has continuously watered down the double turn, trying to balance it. And I feel like they're going all around the houses and they're putting all this effort when the simpler solution would just be no double turn. I tell you, this might sound crazy. I've got a weird feeling. As someone who's never played the game, this might be completely wrong, or maybe this is a message from the black ships. Who knows? Imagine if you played Sigmar with the dice bag of bot action / conflict. I think that's got some spice to it. I think that's got some spice to it. Just put a dice in the bag for each unit, pull it out, activate. I don't know. That sounds like it could work. Yeah, that sounds like it could work. I don't know. I've never played the game. I could be wrong. But something is telling me. Something is telling me that might work. Wait, you may be cooking. Elden Lean, try it out, man. Try it out. You know, sometimes I get an instinct on these things, an intuition. Macan, I just don't know anyone who plays Sigma. That's the problem. I knew a bunch of people who jumped on it at the end of 7th edition 40k, but not since then. All right, what have we got next? We have got Chicken Detonator. Thank you, Super Chat, man. A new officer joins the cloister in stream discussion, my lord. Hey, here we go, man. A new officer joins the cloister. Behold the appointment letter for a grey name on YouTube. Battle Chicken 12. He is mounted, leading a platoon of pikemen and a fresh page of his glories against the perfidious high elves. Hey, he looks great, man. Nice. Looking really good, man. I love the fucking banners, bro. Holy shit, man. Holy shit, bro. Those Landstech models. That's great. That's a really, really cool picture. Those Landstech models, they hold up all right, don't they? You know, people give them a lot of shit, but I actually think they've come out very, very nicely. Just gonna say it. I think they look all right. Deus Cluck. Yeah. Nice. That's cool, man. Yeah, the old Landsknecht army. Can't go wrong with it. We've got Spriggs, my boy. Spriggs, thank you for super chat, man. I want 11th edition to have Skaven, and I'm not sorry. I actually don't agree. I know a lot of people are like, Skaven GW's like best-selling like faction they've ever come up with outside of Space Marines. They should put them into 40k. I don't agree because I think 40k takes itself too seriously these days. And Skaven are not a serious faction. I think you don't make Skaven... You don't put Skaven into the setting. You make a Skaven-esque faction. AKA, you just fucking do something interesting with AdMech. That's it. You just do something with AdMech. Like, AdMech are so boring. Is that a hot take? Is that too controversial? Like, not the lore. The lore's great, baby. Not the lore. Not the models. None of that. It's all beautiful. All beautiful. I just mean, like, I actually can't remember a time when AdMech were interesting as a faction to play. I could be wrong. But, like, back in 7th, the go-to way of playing AdMech was to take the War Conclave, and get a free knight. And so you basically just spammed tractor robots and got a free knight. And then in 8th, can't remember what they were up to. 8th, maybe they were interesting. 9th, spam flyers. 10th, they've been rewritten 3 times. Only way GW made people buy them is by making them basically be Marines. And then people weren't buying them because they were interesting. People were buying them because they were powerful. Like, let's have it. Like, buy free knight, do you mean like no point cost for a knight? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just got a free knight. Whichever one you wanted. 7th was a crazy time. This is what I mean. You can't... This is the thing, right? It's what I was saying before. You cannot compare the balance of 10th edition to the balance of 7th. No matter what you do, you can say anything is more balanced than 7th edition. Literally anything. Like, you can take other game systems and be like, 5 nebs is pretty broken in bot action, but it's pretty balanced in comparison to 7th edition 40k. Like, that's like, the thing is, you cannot, we as a society, as a wargaming community, we keep comparing everything to 7th. And I've made this mistake as well, by the way. This is only a recent revelation. I don't know what number we're on now. 17th? 16th, 17th? Someone should have recorded these, by the way. I've not been recording them. But like, the revelation I've had is that we keep saying, this is the most balanced edition of 40k ever. And it's like, no, it's just balanced when you compare it to 7th. But anything is balanced when you compare it to 7th. And to be fair, there has been some other times when the game has been like a bit cray-cray. Like when Iron Hands had unkillable dreadnoughts at the end of 8th. But that was like a 3-month window. And then basically that went away. And then in 9th edition, when you had like the squig buggy spam. But again, that was like a couple of months. And then it was not really a thing. Like 10th edition is no more balanced than any other edition of 40k. And yet, so much has been sacrificed on this altar of balance. And yet the game is no more balanced. Yeah. That was the thing, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like, we've sacrificed. Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed? We've sacrificed so much to make it in this pursuit of 10th edition being the most balanced edition of 40k, and yet it just isn't any more balanced. Catan spam is as bad as, in its own way, is as bad as the unkillable Iron Hands dreadnoughts and stuff like that. Yeah. So if we accept that 40k will never be truly balanced, and that all we can do is try and tweak things a little bit here and there, and try and trim out the worst offenders, but we accept that basically it's whack-a-mole and people are always going to find, you know, the next broken thing and the next broken thing, the next broken thing, the next broken thing. Bearing that in mind, can we just then bring back all the fun stuff and then add some new fun stuff in? Yeah. That's my take on 40k balance. That's what Monk Mordian thinks we should do about 40k balance. Just all you can ever do is firefight. No matter how much you strip out the game. Yeah. So we might as well add more stuff into the game. At least make it more interesting and exciting. And then just whack-a-mole the stuff that comes along. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. So, what do we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. Now he both has to be damage 3 for fuck's sake. I mean, 3 wound Marine, 4 turn. 3 wound Marines will be standard. 4 turns will be standard. 2-year cycle. That's what's coming, boys. Cosmic, get the banana. It's getting salty. Metric Steel, thank you for 13 months, man. Xbox, baby. Any thoughts on the new Defiler? Many thoughts. And headline is good. I think it's great. I think GW's done a good job with it. And I think it's a big improvement. And I'm someone who only last week was saying that I liked the old Defiler. And I've seen the new Defiler, and I think GW's done a good job. Here's the thing. Before everyone in the chat starts saying, he got the call. No, I've always been fair with 40k. And I've always said, if they do something that looks good, I think they should get praise. If they do something that is shit, they should get lambasted. The new Defiler actually looks good on all fronts, and I have zero complaints about it. It's not monopose. It's got what looks like great posability. It looks like it's got loads of different weapon options. And I haven't looked too deeply on it, but I'm not even certain it's going to invalidate any of the existing defilers that are out there. The only complaint I imagine anyone will be able to have against it is it's probably going to cost a fuckload. It's probably going to cost 70 quid. Because the current defiler's at about 50, and the Rogal Dawn is at about 60 something, and this is bigger than a Rogal Dawn. I think this is going to be priced like a Repulsor Executioner. Yeah, I think it's going to be priced like a Repulsor Executioner. I think £71 something. Yeah. Yeah. So, the new defiler, you could complain about the price, but it's not that that's not a valid argument. It's just that it's self-evident. Yeah, yeah. Feel it would price like a monolith or however much. Yeah, maybe it could be. Could be. But yeah, overall, I think the new defiler is good. I have zero complaints about it. And where GW deserves credit, they should receive it. And it looks good. There you go. But I do have a conversation around the new defiler, which is not necessarily salty. It might come across as salty at first, but I don't think it is. Basically, I want to have a conversation looking at the defiler and the new mutilators. I kind of want to have a conversation about GW doesn't make new things anymore. They just remaster existing things or bring back things that they already killed off, basically. And how, even though on the surface, that might seem like it's... Forward, you dogs, to victory! Even on the surface, that might seem like that, you know, I'm criticizing them. In many ways, I think that is them giving the people what they want. Because long story short, anytime they brought out anything new, people have shit on them. Like, all the Primara stuff, people still shit on them for it. Whereas if you look at the stuff that they've remastered and done a good job on, like new Space Wolves and stuff like that, they've generally been happy. Wargamers don't like change. The way you can get wargamers to accept change is by remastering their favorite models. And I think that's the route that GW's going down at the moment. Yeah. But we'll come back to it in a moment. We'll come back to it. It might not be this stream, but it might be at some point this week. I've got it written down. Like I said, I've got like 2 pages of ideas I want to talk about on stream and in videos and stuff. Let's have a look. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Forget your theories. Show us the Tiki tapes. Bro, I cannot show you what does not exist. Well, I don't have... Well, and if they did exist, I don't have them. They're called the Tiki tapes because Tiki's got them. Do you know the Tiki tapes are just Tiki just saying Banzai on a loop for 72 hours? That's all it is. That's all it is. And then we have to redact them. So we basically silence Tiki and just put like a black bar across his Tiki mask. And it's just him just silently just going. For just like 72 hours. There you go. James Schaefer, thank you for the 20 months, man. X-Force, baby. Do you think we are getting Vestroyans? That is the scuttlebutt. That is the scuttlebutt. That's the word on the street. Varak was talking some mad shit about getting it. I've no idea. I've not heard anything. But I'm not really in the rumor monger business. So if Varak says that he's heard some things, then I would presume that some things are coming down the pipe. Yeah. I find it interesting that GW would go for Vestroyans, though. But I imagine they were the last regiment that was made in metal. So for Games Workshop's point of view, it's kind of like they can basically just remaster those models because they were already quite nicely detailed. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard stuff about Mordians. I have heard stuff I have heard rumors for about a decade now of trench coat guardsmen. And when the Plastic Krieg came out, I thought that was what everyone was talking about. But then I did have an Inquisition source say to me, you know, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Oh, yeah. I mean, they're Kriegers, but they're not trenchcoat guardsmen, are they? Kind of thing. So I do wonder if they're going to release a kit which you can then do a bunch of head swaps for. I don't know. I just don't think that's the way Games Workshop does things anymore. GW only releases very specific things now because that's copyrightable. That's why they do it. But it's funny. GW releases all this really copyrightable stuff and it makes no difference whatsoever. It just limits them. It just hamstrings them. Oh no! GW has released the Death Core of Krieg, which is very copyrightable. I will never be able to get my alternative third-party hard plastic trenchcoat World War I themed infantry from a war game across the Atlantic, will I? Zero impact. Massive waste of time. Literally, all GW does is limit themselves for no measurable impact on the market. In fact, it probably just costs them money because they not only limit themselves, but then anytime they want to start engaging in the lawfare, it just costs them shitloads. Yeah. Yeah. So I think Destroyers are probably. I think some new guard stuff's coming. I think GW's caught on to the fact that you can milk the guard community like fucking mad. Like I've said that for years. GW, milk me. Release new guard stuff, I will buy it. Milk me, milk me, milk me. I think guard is the second largest community outside of Space Marines. I think GW's finally cottoned on to that, and that's why the guard has been getting so much love. Why? If you look at our release in comparison to a lot of other factions, everyone else got a bullshit character. Guard gets a full plastic Krieg range refreshed, so on and so forth. Guard players don't mind spending money on new guard shit because we love our faction. There you go. Eastburn, thank you for super chat, man. My middle hammer Bloodraven Force grows in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Hey, that looks cool, man. Brothers, my forces grow. I got 20 metal Terminators coming in the mail as well. I'll share when they are painted. Nice. Those are fucking cool, man. Those are some old school Marines, man. They look like the beginner painting set ones. Yeah. I love it. Really, really good. I don't recognize those beaky ones. Are those like third party or are they just a model I've not seen before? Like I recognize all the other ones. Those look like they might be or are they all 3D prints? I'm not sure actually. Just because like the backpacks are a bit different. Yeah. Backpacks are a bit different and the helmet's a bit different. But don't think I'm criticizing in any way, shape, or form. They look great. They look cool as fuck, man. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, the classic flamer, man. Classic flamer and the classic missile launcher. Yeah, can't go wrong. Nice. Cool as fuck, bro. Loving it. Loving it a lot, man. Nice. Even got the gold and green bases. Exactly. And the OG Rhino. Exactly, man. Kavik Eagle. Thank you for 32-month member flex, man. New Old World content coming down the pipe soon. Yeah, man. Dude, I should have had 2 Old World after action reports done this year already. And I've got none because I didn't go to the tournament on the 8th of Jan for some reason. I didn't go to the tournament this weekend because I was looking after the cat. So And basically, and that obviously would have been 4 old world videos, 1 tournament report, 2 tournament reports, 2 army videos as well. So it's literally just a case of my old world content was going to be more focused on like gameplay stuff, and I've just not played the games. Yeah. So don't worry. Loving old world, still definitely on the old world. I've got lots of ideas for new content, all that kind of good stuff coming down the pipe. Having a great time. I've just missed a couple of marks that I wanted to do, but it is what it is. There you go. So lambast me, boys, lambast me. Empress Aiden, thank you for the 5 months, bro. Dark Mechanicus can be Skaven equivalent. That's true. Yeah. Like, I mean, the thing is, I'm not even sure Dark Mechanicus need their own codex. Just take regular Mechanicus and just mess them up a bit. Yeah. See, I think a lot of the time, there are people out there which, like, ask... This is definitely one thing that's changed in my lifetime as a wargamer. People now seem to, like, insist on GW, like, releasing the army before they'll consider, like, building it, rather than just, like, kit bashing and converting an existing faction over. Like, a good I mean, I think Traitor Guard's a little bit different, because obviously, like, there's loads of people that'll do, like, a guard army and traitor up, right? But, like, there's nothing stopping you from just making a Dark Mechanicus army. And yet I have never, ever, ever seen someone do a Dark Mechanicus army. Never. And you've got 2 great choices for it. You've got Admech and you've got Tau. 2 great choices. And yet no one does it. Yeah. So, yeah, I think there needs to be a little element of people being like, hey, if I want that Dark Mechanicus army, maybe I don't need to wait for Daddy GW to spit in my fucking face and give me like 6 data sheets. Maybe I could just make it myself. Yeah, but just using, just use it as a count as force. Yeah. What do we got next? Joe, thank you for the super chat, man. My proposal of a new leader in stream discussion. Played my first old world game last weekend, and I'm super old world pilled. I just want to play more. Yes. Old world, best world. Old world, best world. There's a reason so many players are picking up on it. Old world is a war game. It's just that simple. And if you are a war gamer, it scratches the itch. The itch that nothing else can scratch. No video game will scratch it. No board game will scratch it. Yeah. Finished my battle on Pegasus with Frontier Axe, which I stole from a Chaos Warriors brute. Nice. And stuck on a Praetorian arm. I wanted to stand out a bit for the rest of my Pegasus night, so I went a little harder than I normally do on the barding. Cool, of course. My freehanding on the stripes and fleur-de-lis is still quite messy when you look at it up close, but I think it looks pretty good from tabletop distance. Bro, he looks fucking great. Oh, my fleur-de-lis freehand is so terrible. Fuck off. It's great, and you know it. You're fishing for fucking compliments, you bellend. Look, I don't know if I look beautiful in this, guys. It's fucking trying to get us to simp for him. Well, it worked. It looked great. You did an awesome job on the model. I sound angry, but I'm not. I'm really impressed. Where is the freehand? Yeah, exactly, man. It looks good. And I think the Chaos Warrior axe works really well. Because the Frontier axe is meant to be on the frontier, a bit rough, a bit ragged, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I think it works really, really well. Nice. Looks great, man. 10 out of 10. Solid effort. And blue and yellow does work very, very nicely. Yeah. Do you know what, guys? Let me just have a look at something here. Okay. I'm going to go off on one for a second. I'm going off on one. You've inspired me, Joe. You've inspired me. It's only a quick one. last week, I said something which a few days later, after thinking about it a bit more, I'm not sure I was completely correct. I'm not sure I completely agree with what I said. Lies, deceptions, every day, more lies. So, last week, I did a whole thing about it's time for like some hard truths for like Warhammer 40k players to like acknowledge. And I said a bunch of stuff like people prefer like L-shaped ruins, and people prefer like fixed to hit values, and people prefer not having to like add the war gear up and granular points and all that kind of stuff. Like 40k is the way that it is because that is the way that the players like it, and so you know the more that GW's let into that, the more the players have liked that. The silent majority have liked it, but I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe it's true. Maybe. But there's been an awful lot of players recently, an awful lot, who have been trying out a little bit of old world. And all of these 40k players, they get a little taste of old world. And they're like, I'm in. I'm hooked. And if I may wank myself off a little bit, I did say this like years ago. I said this a couple of years ago when Old World came out. I said, it is a game that any war gamer who tries it will love it. Will love it to bits. Will love it to pieces. It's really good. And many 40k players at the time, people in this community who have since, I think, dipped their toe in and been converted, because I've basically been subliminal messaging them for like 2 years, being like, old world, best world, old world, best world, and all that kind of stuff. Like, I've tried it now, and it turns out that it is really good. It turns out it's very good. It's very addictive. And any war gamer who tries it absolutely loves it and falls in love with it and goes full send at it. And all they can do is like more, and maybe that's just because when you get into a new game, there's a bit of a honeymoon period and all that kind of stuff. Maybe. But I think that it's because Old World is a war game. It's quite deep and quite crunchy. It's not just the fact that it's ranks of models, but the fact that, you charge a unit in the side, you get an advantage over, whereas in 40k, you can charge a unit from any side and it doesn't matter, right? And so I think that maybe, and I feel like I've sort of touched upon this before, but right now, like, some extra layers are coming to me. Which is, I think that maybe wargamers haven't actually changed all that much. It's like, the other day someone was saying, oh, well, they don't release television one episode at a time anymore because people's viewing habits have changed. And then when you actually dig into that, that is total bollocks, because shows like the Fallout show get released every week, and even though there's a lot of people online that are like, wow, the Fallout show's terrible, it's actually really good, and a lot of people have been very much enjoying it. And people always binge watch things. Why do you think people waited for the DVDs to come out so they could then just binge watch it? Some people will binge watch, some people won't, kind of thing. And Stranger Things came out like not week by week, but like bit by bit, and people love that, and we're anticipating it and all that kind of stuff. So I actually don't think that the habits of wargamers have changed in any way, shape, or form. I think what makes you a wargamer above someone who plays video games or anything like that is still the same thing. It's just, well, to quote Cypher, ignorance is bliss. I think most people just don't know what they're missing. I think it's like, I think we have this idea that the way that just because modern 40k has exploded in terms of like popularity and has exploded in terms of like the numbers of people playing it and so on and so forth, I think we have this idea, well, this is obviously the better way of doing things, but I'm not entirely convinced of that anymore. I think if 40k was somewhat still like it was back in Midhammer, let's say like 4th edition, 3rd edition, 4th edition, right? If 40k was still like that, but with all of the great new, like new models and so on and so forth, all that kind of stuff, I think people would still love it. I think it's the IP, it's the universe of Warhammer, which has never been more popular, never been more, in the mainstream and in the public consciousness and all that kind of stuff. It's the universe which is more popular. The game is almost separate to that. And so I don't think war games have changed, man. I think there's the reason why so many 40k players who never played fantasy back in the day, who don't have the nostalgia for the game, who are taking a punt on old world right now, simply because, well, they know 10th edition's coming to an end and they might as well try something else out for 6 months. Like, that's it. Not because they're crashing out of the game. Not because there's any negativity to it, not because there's any salt or beef to it, simply because it's end edition fatigue, and you got a bunch of people who've been playing, 40k for a little bit, and old world's so much cheaper to get into that, fuck it, might as well try it. You're hearing a lot of good things about it, so on and so forth. Might as well give it a go. So many people who are entering the game with that mindset, who, like I said, don't have the nostalgia, they don't have the, maybe the beef, the fuck you 40k mentality, just people who are going in there in such a positive way, who are getting instantly fucking hooked on it because, that was a terrible finger snap, because it's a war game and it scratches the itch. It satisfies the thing that makes you someone who is interested in war games. That's what I think it is. That's what I think it is. And I don't know, boys. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this one. But I got a feeling like we need to make 40k crunchy again. I don't think anybody would complain if we made it crunchy again. I say nobody would complain. I think obviously there's always going to be some people that will complain. But
forward, you dogs, to victory!
I just think that the game getting simpler isn't what has made the game more popular. I don't think simplified, not simple, has been successful. I think GW has done an amazing job of getting 40k, the IP out there, the universe out there. But the game, after 3 years of 10th edition, basically has all the same problems it always has done. Think about it, right? If you're a new player coming into 40k, it's kind of impenetrable. Because there's so many factions, so many interactions, so many rules layers, the whole in phase versus out of phase, the army rules versus plus your datasheet rules, plus your detachment rules, all this kind of stuff. I don't think 40k right now is any easier to, and I'm not, this is not a criticism of modern 40k. What I'm saying is, I don't think it's any easier to pick up or any more accessible from a rules point of view now than previous editions. I think, there's the same, I guarantee you, the same meme that got posted from 7th to 8th, 8th to 9th, and 9th to 10th is going to get brought up. It's the meme where I think it's either a dwarf or like what are the AOS dwarves called? The ones, the Caradron Overlords, whatever. There's some like model in that range. I don't know if it still exists. That it was like a dwarf with like, you know, a massive backpack that was all books and like books coming off one way, books coming off another way. Like he had books all of his art. Like literally he had like loads of books and stuff. And then it's like that. And then it could, the next, like you're saying, me trying to learn how to play 40k, like that meme, I think has been, and then there's another model that I can't remember which one it is, but the second model that gets shown next to it, which is like, you know, modern, you know, me trying to learn to play the last edition, the Code Keeper, is that it, Sir Newbie? It's like you have that model, and then you have one next to it, which is like, I think it might just be like a Votan model with like a little wrist thing. Yeah, little wrist like data slate, and he's only looking at one thing, which is the wrist man thing. And it's like, you know, me trying to learn the last edition of 40k, me, you know, learning the new edition of 40k. It's to show that, you know, they simplified it down. That meme has been reposted at the beginning of every edition from 7th to 8th, 8th to 9th, 9th to 10th. People just change the numbers involved. Like, you know, me trying to learn 7th versus me trying to learn 8th, for example. And so I don't think 10th edition is any more accessible now than the other editions. I think 10th edition has gone through exactly the same cycle. I mean, I called this a little while ago when I actually called it 18 months ago. And it's very, very true. I did the whole video. I even reposted it because it became relevant again. But, you know, GW has the whole cycle. And 10th edition, despite all of the sort of promises and all of the things that it was meant to deliver, has gone through exactly the same cycle as every edition before it. 8th, 9th, and, you know, 10th, and I imagine 11th will go through it as well. So yeah, I think this drive to simplify the game is actually hugely misguided. And I think correlation doesn't equal causation. I don't think GW modernizing and modernizing and modernizing and simplifying and simplifying and simplifying and dumbing down and dumbing down and dumbing down the core rules of the game has done anything to make it more accessible. Because every time they've tried to like simplify, all that's happened is they've had to like staple a bunch of stuff back on, clarify a bunch of stuff. You know, I mean, look at the rules commentary, for example. I know it's an old argument because it's been going on about for ages, but look at the rules commentary. Like, there's it's exactly the same thing. So I think people have been looking at the line, GW line going up, and assuming that, and I think GW's been looking at it internally. I think they've been going, look, the more we follow this path that we've been following, the better our company's been doing. So clearly this is the right thing to do. And I'm just not convinced that correlation equals causation. I think wargamers, there's something fundamental into what makes somebody a wargamer and makes somebody like not someone, you know, not only someone who's willing to try it out, but someone who's also willing to stick with it. And I think a huge, you know, someone who's willing to go through all the fucking about of building and painting models. And, you know, video gamers complain about a AAA game being 70, 80 pounds now. Bro, Warhammer players, you know, the amount of time you get out of playing a single video game versus building, you know, a box of GW minis is crazy. You know, like, you play that video game for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, and you might see your models never go off, but it's a little different because you need more than one squad. Even the smaller games, like the kill team ones, you still need all, you know, the terrain, you need different squads go in and out of season, classified, unclassified, all that kind of stuff. So the kind of thing that makes someone willing to do that over a video game, because they're both nerds, right? The kind of thing that makes you want to pick up a war game over a video game is this. I don't think that's changed. And I think that all that's happened is GW has been, I don't, you know, this term gets a little bit overused, but I think GW has been sloppifying their game. I think they have been. And they think that that's what people want. But I don't think that's actually what wargamers want. And I think the explosion in interest of Old World and the explosion of interest in, I don't know, roll your eyes, ball washing moment, Conflict 47 it has come from the fact that people are hearing very good things about these games, and they are hearing things like Old World, Best World, and they are hearing things like this is a proper war game, and the idea of a proper war game gets lodged in their fucking heads, and they want to play it. That's what I think it is. It's not. It doesn't have to just be Conflict. It doesn't have to be Old World, but the idea that people get a chance to play a proper war game, and then when they get that first taste, it is like that moment when they wake up from the pod and they look around and they see everyone else still plugged into the power plant, and they're like, why are they all still plugged in? Can't they see? 1 minute. Little blip on the stream, guys. Should be reconnected now. Cosmic, it's the same topic over again. It's not the same topic, man. Because last year and previously, I've talked about this from my own personal perspective. And this time, I'm not talking about it from my own personal perspective. I'm talking about this from other people's perspective and seeing other people get into the game. I think Cosmic, there's a reason why you like Conflict 47. There's a reason why only last week you said, when we had a little heart to heart on stream, remember? I think it was on Friday, and you said yourself, Conflict is just so good. And the reason why Conflict is so good is because you are a war gamer, Cosmic, and it is a war game. That's it, man. That's it. So it's not even salty. It's not even salty. It's not no need for the potassium injections. Although I'll always will have one. But yeah, that's what I think. I think the reason why people are picking up these other games is because they're war games, and there's something that the thing that makes a war gamer hasn't actually changed, despite what's happened. Yeah, there you go. That's my opinion. All of that inspired by seeing Joe's model here, and the fact that every single week that goes by, more and more people get into Old World. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, boys, I'll say one other thing. It's not just me saying it. I've been talking to a few other content creators about Old World. And I've been keeping an eye on what other content creators have been doing. And Old World is picking up a lot of interest. I actually spoke to a Old World content creator the other day who was like, the amount of interest in the last 6 months that has come to his channel from what he called 40k refugees, he used that term, he said was insane. He said this, he has almost as many people that are 40k refugees now, part of his community, who from versus like just Old Worlders pure through and through. Yeah. 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 Old World was great, man. Yeah. Old World is great. Yeah, it's really good. Anyway, there's something I was going to say, but that'll do. Anyway, that'll do. I just thought The question is, will the refugees stay after 11th? That is a big question. Controversial take. I think the answer is yes. See, previously, the answer, the answer might have been people just try Old World out for a bit, but then go back to 40k. But I think I've seen a few people in this community who drifted away from 40k into Old World, tried to come back to 40k, and were like, nah, fuck it, and went back to Old World again. Yeah. So I don't know. Because if you're a wargamer that needs a wargame to scratch the itch, and then you go and play something which isn't scratching the itch, once you've had your eyes open to it, are you going to go back? Yeah. I think Element Edition will be really popular. I think it'll be really, really big. But I'm not sure it's going to... I can see it tempting people back temporarily. Not... Again, hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to fail or anything like that. People who've drifted away and who have become hooked on... Fucking hell. OBS having a mad one tonight, boys. All right, we're back again. Don't know what's going on with it. The weather's not that bad out, so who knows. But the point is I think those people that have been hooked by Old World will come back to try out 11th edition, and if 11th edition doesn't scratch the itch, they'll go back to Old World again. Yeah. That's what I think. Who knows? Who knows? That's what I think, though. All right, let's see what we've got next. Got a few more super chats and stuff coming in here. Let's have a look. We've got Chicken Detonator. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Lambast him for skipping the letter, lads. Dude, I fucking forgot about it, man. I have to go and get it this week. I can't... You know what? I haven't been able to get it. You guys are going to say I'm just blaming the cat at this point, but I can't leave the cat unattended. So when the cat staples are out and his cone's off and he's back, I can get the letter Chicken Detonator. There you go. The one in stream discussion. Oh, I didn't know there was one in stream discussion. Sorry, man. I missed it. Let's have a look. The Gilded Charter of Induction and Consecrated Command issued from the Cloister St. Chicken, seat of Feather and Flame. Let all who read, hear, or bear witness know, by authority of the Sacred Roost, by the testimony of the First Crow, and by the unbroken tradition of Spur, Plume, and Chalice, this charter is set forth and inscribed upon the rolls eternal. On this sanctified hour, beneath the banner stiff with incense smoke, and beneath the ever-circling eye of St. Chicken, the cloister proclaims the induction of one found worthy in spirit, proven in zeal, and favoured by omen and right. Battle Chicken 12, whose name has been spoken thrice before the altar, whose mark has been entered in ash and gold, whose oath has been sworn upon the beak and the blade, hereby raised, commissioned, and consecrated into the rank of the cloistered host. By solemn decree, sealed in feather wax and flame, you are invested in the rank and dignity of Coop Warden Captain, a rank borne by those entrusted both command and custodianship, warden of the faithful, keeper of the discipline, bearer of the spur that does not yield. You are further assigned, bound, and sworn to the honoured regiment known throughout the Isles of Fire and Dust as the 4th Scarlet Beak Hussars. Rise of the Crimson Plume, breaks the lines, heralds of sudden ruin, who shall lead where the ground trembles, strike where the foe believes themselves secure, and hold fast to banner and brother alike. The Scarlet Beak rise not for glory alone, but for judgment, and you shall be its voice, its hand, and its will. Let it be known that from this hour forward your word bears the weight of cloister law. Your failures are your own, but your victories belong to St. Chicken. Your life is pledged until released by death, absolution, or miracle. May your horse know your intent before the reins tighten. May your spur never dull. May your plume never bow. May the crow of battle rise at your command. Thus it is written, thus it is sealed, thus it is made unbreakable. Deus Cluck. Signed, sealed, and set forth Abbott Commander, Chicken Detonator, Marshal Ansem of the First Beak, Roost Deacon, Close Saint Chicken, given under the Great Seal of the Sacred Roost in Featherwax, Flaming, and Unrepentant Excess. Wait, Unrepentant Excess? Slanesh! Slaneshi Cultist! Deus Clock! Dude, I love it, man. Deus Clock. I love that, man. All right. I love that. What have we got next? Margaret Milan, thank you, Suja. Reaching a Chat. I've read it, all right, you bastard. I've read it. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat, man. Evening, Krieg paint us model in stream discussion and feedback. Let's have a look. Hey, it looks pretty good, man. Evening all, I had a week off and it pissed me off because it rained non-stop, halted me from spraying my Krieg models, but lucky Sunday was dry and I sprayed like a madman. Then I got high from the fumes. Nice. But I let it dry overnight and now I'm back on a more stable work hours. I had time this morning to whip up a test model for my colour scheme. Still need to iron it out a bit, but darken the gun and armour. But I think I landed on a pretty good style, given it only took roughly an hour to do so. Thoughts are welcome, and repeat my army's motto, we bleed the lie dry. Nice. World War One British style Kriegers. Love that, man. I like it. Yeah, I think the color scheme you've come up with really, really works, man. Oh my day. Oh, fucking hell, 1 minute. Oh, but no! I'm in, voice comes! No! Right, 1 minute before everyone dives on me. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I think he looks great. Really, really good. Really, really good, man. Actually sick, bro. Tight. Really, really cool. Green and tan. Looks good. What have we got next? It's actually similar color scheme to what I did my Kriegers, but I think you did yours a little bit better. Vladimir, thank you for the super chat, bro. I've read review to Wargaming, but I've talked to Longbeards, and from what I can see is that most of 40K's problems stem from GW choosing the mainstream audience over their original fans. Oh, it's a great, great point. Not one that I entirely agree with, though. This is a bit of a... This has been a point that I've heard a lot of people say, which is GW's going after the modern audience or the mainstream audience or something like that. I don't know, man. I don't know if I entirely agree with it, because I don't. It's hard. I don't. I'm trying to think of how I want to put it. I can certainly see a lot of the points that were made for the argument. Like, them sanding it down, them making it less grimdark, them making it more safe. I can see a lot of those arguments. Yeah. I think 40K definitely feels... I just honestly... I think I can explain the reason 40K has gone the way it's gone. I think it is simply a case of the people that got into 40K many years ago, like who bought in and play and still play and all that kind of stuff. People who have been around forever. And many of these people are, are quite vocal in the community, and some of them have got like some pretty big followings in the community. Well, you've got people like who've got like YouTube channels and stuff like that. And I think what's really happened is that it's not so much like GW is like catering to a new audience. It's that these people bought him and 40k was one way. And then the people that worked at GW that made it that way, who had that original vision, they don't work at GW anymore. And new people have come in, and those new people have got a different passion and a different vision. And so they don't continue the old vision. They bring in their own passion and their own ideas and all that kind of stuff. And even if those are 95% as the old ways, there's a 5% difference. And then when they leave, or so on, as time goes on, that then another group comes in, it's 95% vision as the second group, but then now that's like 10% different from the original, and so on and so on and so on and so forth, until where basically now you've probably got some of the biggest voices in the Warhammer community know more about or have been around longer than the people that work at GW itself at every level. So I think essentially the game has changed. And the feel of the game has changed in many ways. And not only the game, but also like the vibe of 40k has changed. But I'm not entirely certain it's down to malice. It might be. It very well may be. It may be that there is a whole bunch of people who are working at GW who want to work because they want to change it, and they want to change it in a certain direction. And I'm not dismissing that. And I think it's entirely possible that could be the case. But I also think if that's one part of it, I think there's another part of it, which is that the people that once worked there don't work there anymore. And and this has happened over successive generations to the point where now the current crop of people that work there probably have a very different vision for 40k. Yeah. It's the whole ship of Theseus thing. Yeah, we've said it before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Warhammer 40k has always changed. One thing, I'm going to go out on a little bit of a limb here now. There are certain voices within the community, big, powerful voices within the community, who often feel like it seems like 40k is a sacred thing that can never change and has never changed and will never change or should never change. And I can understand I actually understand that a lot of that feeling, that sentiment comes from wanting to like preserve the thing that these people love. And sometimes I do find myself sort of aligned on stuff like, hey, they clearly like the way 40k used to be, and I like the way 40k used to be. But the thing is that one thing that I've come to realize is that 40k has always changed and evolved. There's always been like retcons. There's always been good lore and there's always been bad lore. Like I was there when like the whole Grey Knights killed a bunch of sisters and smeared themselves in their blood. That was bad lore, but that was 20 years ago. That lore then is as bad as the Terminus Decree lore now. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just bad lore comes and goes, good lore comes and goes, that kind of thing. So it's not that 40k. For me, GW changing things isn't necessarily really a problem. It's something that it comes with the territory. For me, like I think the thing that has got me riled up with Games Workshop is probably maybe the pace of change a little bit. I can definitely see that, but also I think for me it's just the way they conduct business. I'm not gonna go down it. I think it's very, very, very self-evident, but I think GW has a huge disrespect for their customers. I think one of the unfortunate realities is I think Games Workshop has, and this is going to sound really awful, I think they've figured out how big a suckers we all are. I think that I think Games Workshop has figured out that they can release some pretty they can engage in some pretty sloppy practices, and people will just tolerate it. There's a reason why every single fucking box is FOMO now, because people tolerate it. Yeah. And that's one, and we're not going to go down the whole thing because I feel like I repeat myself too often these days. But I think that's an example. So there's a lot of things that annoy me about GW. Some stuff I've come to terms with. Some stuff that still annoys me, and so on and so forth. But overall, I find the fact that the thing that really fucks me off the most is it feels like they know that they can take the piss out of us. And I don't like that. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Cosmic Drew. This doesn't make any sense, Cosmic. I'm getting the sense from Cosmic and his somewhat cryptic message, which is that I need a big potassium injection. Would you say that's right, Cosmic? Big old potassium injection? Is that the vibe? I think Cosmic, if I may say something, I think that you worry that I get too salty. You worry. You see, Cosmic. I think you worry that I'm salty when I'm not actually salty. I'm not salty at all. I'm not salty at all, man. Cosmic. Repeat yourself. Say more topics. Thing is, Cosmic. You're absolutely right. I feel like I repeat myself a little bit as well. But the thing is that I'm often responding to questions now. I think, Cosmic, basically what's kind of happened, man, is obviously last year I was going through a salty awakening, as it were. And I think more and more war gamers, I think I got burned out on 40k, right? And I've sort of come through the salt cycle, the 5 stages of salt. And what's happened is that other people are now coming through the same cycle. And obviously, because I've put a bit of salty content out there, people might be coming this way and being like, Mordian's a salty guy, or Mordian's talked about this before. I've got this that's bothering me. Let me do something like super chat for Mordian or something like that. So I think Cosmic, I've been through the salt, but I am not salty. But now other people are going through the salt process. That's it. Yeah. So Cosmic, what I'm understanding here is actually what you're saying is stop talking about anything that isn't Conflict 47. I see. You just want me to talk about Conflict all the time. It doesn't matter whether it's salty content or hype content. It doesn't matter about any of that. Cosmic's like, I'm sick of 40k. I'm sick of 10th edition. I'm sick of Old World. I just want you to talk about Conflict. That's it. Cosmic, you know what, Cosmic? You will be well satisfied this week, because I've got 2 Conflict videos coming out this week. I've got one tomorrow and one on Wednesday. 2. So tomorrow's video is a deep dive review of these, although I will be going through the stream with them as well. And then the video after on Wednesday is going to be how to build the robots, which you're probably not that bothered about that one, to be fair, Cosmic. But it's all Conflict. It all goes into the rift. Do you know what I mean? It all goes to... Inject the banana anyway. All right. I've got it. I've not got the banana, but I do have Conflict's wiggly worm here. It's Conflict's worm. This is not Conflict. Cosmic's worm. This is Cosmic's worm. I'm not sure how I feel about this going in my bum, but this is the best. This is the closest thing I've got. There we are. When are you going to use the worm for something? I mean, I just gave it a purpose, right? Cosmic, you had no idea what the fucking to do with this thing, and you sent it to me like I meant to know what the fuck to do with it. Bro, I don't know what you want to do with this thing. I don't know what you want to do. I use it for comedic effect on the stream. Is that not enough? Is that not enough? You literally said, I have no idea what to do with it, so I sent it to you. And I was like, okay, well, what the fuck am I meant to do with it? I fucking send it back. No, it's mine. My precious. Using the word increases performance to that 100%. Yeah. But yeah, no, Cosmic, I think what's happening, dude, is basically, because I've talked about things in the past, now other people are going through the same process. That's why it feels like some topics are coming up on repeat. What have we got next? The Game Gurus channel, man. Thank you for the 17 months. Xbox, baby. Apocalypse and photos. Battle report in discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh. This looks like it might be nice and big. Let's... Oh, matron. Let's have a look. I mean, Cosmic, I've released many videos on the topic. Yeah. This is a big fuck. This looks kind of cool. Wow, Brass Scorpion, man, love that. Titan, that's also pretty cool. Holy shit, man. Wow. Hey, it's a brave man who brings Dark Elder to a fucking Apocalypse game. Holy shit, man. Yes, the Brass Scorpion must feast. Oh, that's a lot of Terminators. That's cool. I like that Chaos Baneblade. It looked kind of good. Wow, look at the terrain. Look at this poor boy. He's absolutely bushwhacked. He's knackered. Oh, man. There we go. Oh, he's out of his chair now. He's back in. Ah, yes, the Guard Commander. Presiding over his forces. Victory for the Emperor, boys. Victory. Nice. I love the fucking lights in the tire, man. That's so cool. Nice. Look at that. Cool as fuck. That's a big fucking battle. Hey, look at the giant landing pad fighting on multiple layers. That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. Nice. Nice. That is pretty good. Accompanying message. Oh, so about a year ago, I posted the photos of the annual 40,000 point Apocalypse game my wife and I went to. This year, I'm glad to say we were not kicked out for winning too hard and we got to go back once again. Hey! This year was a ton of fun, an all-day event with everyone getting 5,000 points on a 4v4 format. I brought the Iron 10th Legion with a full first company deployment of 100 Marines, Dreadnoughts, tanks, and heaps of Terminators. Nice. My wife brought a heap of chitin of her homebrew High Fleet Tianmo, which means Heavenly Demon in Mandarin, with us both rocking some custom shirts and sweaters she had made. We were allied with a large Warlord Titan and Secretary worshippers, along with some Blue Marines that I was assured were definitely loyalists, but they all look the same to me. Hey. Us Iron Hands didn't have any skin, so I don't think they were particularly interested in us anyway. My forces were tasked to keep an enemy Night Lance occupied, and I'm proud to say that for 8 grueling hours, the Sons of Manus kept them and Eldari biker raiders off the big gun. All in all, it was an excellent game, fighting against enemy knights, more bikes than any sane player should own, and much less run a full Imperial Guard armor division, and some other Blue Marines that I was assured were not loyalists, but I repeat myself. Photos below, including the custom t-shirts. Nice! These are cool, man. Om nom nom. Nice. Hey, that's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I like that. Custom t-shirts, they just make everything better. I love that, man. Good wargaming, sir. Damn good wargaming. And it sounds like you had a ton of fun. And Apocalypse, just the only way to play. Just the only way to play. What have we got next? Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, man. I have finished the Dwarven Army. You've got to stop mentioning Old World. Cosmic's going to have a fit. Cosmic's like, no, Old World, no, only Rift. I have finished Dwarven Army by the calc of our forefathers in Stream Discussion. Also, Diggy, Deep Rock Galactic is a good time. How's the key? Key's doing okay. Staples and Cone off on Thursday. Wound is healing, but it's not fully healed yet. Let's have a look here. Nice. That's cool, man. Are they all on like little marble bases? That's kind of cool. I like that. Yeah. Because all the feet have been like tidied up. So it feels like they're on like these little like marble stone bases. It's kind of cool. Yeah. That's a good army, that is. That's a cool fucking army. Iron Breakers, Big Axe Bastards, Gun Bastards, more Warrior Bastards, Longbeards even. Nice. It looks solid, man. Damn solid, sir. Damn solid indeed. I like it. Yes, mate. Nice. Old world, best world. There we are, man. Cool. What have we got next? Jacob Robinson. Thank you for super chat, man. Got a problem you might be able to help with. My brother has a beautiful Talan army, but he doesn't like 10th. We've been playing loads of bolt action as there is a bolter action, or how to get him back in. Jacob Robinson. I think you're going about this all the wrong way. I don't think it's about getting him back in. I think it's about getting you out. You came here wanting to help you play. You came here looking for recruitment for 40k. You come to the wrong neighborhood, son. Okay, no, I'm busting your balls. Honestly, it sounds kind of crazy, but honestly, I wouldn't worry about it too much in 11th edition. Like, 11th edition is, I mean, the announcement is meant to be next month, right? At Adepticon. And then the launch, you know, the reveal, and then the launch is going to be after that. Maybe like 3 months after that. So my understanding is that there's very, very little time of 10th edition left. It's the end of the edition. Pretty much anything you do now is probably going to be wiped out by the new edition. Like, like learning rules and all that kind of shit. Probably going to be wiped out. If you want to get your brother back into 40k, then the way probably isn't to worry too much about 10th edition. If he doesn't like 10th edition, but has a beautiful Talan army, why not just play an older edition of 40k? Like, I don't know, but I would recommend 3rd or 4th edition. Because, you know, I mean, if I give you an example. So, you know, 4th edition rulebook, for example, and you've got the 4th edition, well, 3.5, basically 4th edition guard codex. I mean, in here, there's literally rules for his Talan Desert Raiders. You know? Literally rules for his Talan Desert Raiders right in here. And there's loads of pictures of his army and stuff in here as well. If I get some pictures up here. So you've got some pictures of some of the models, you know, all down there. Fucking hell, 1 minute. All down there. And probably find some other ones in here as well. There you go. So, you know, getting this, it fucking features his boys, you know. Bit by bit throughout. There's an autocannon team somewhere here as well, I think. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Talan autocannon team in there and everything. So you might find it easier to persuade him to play something like this. I think there's a Talan Rough Rider there. A little bit of artwork and so on and so forth. So my advice would be get him a taste of the 40. Get him a taste of the 40k he clearly knows and loves. Maybe it's this edition, maybe it's 8th edition, who fucking knows, right? But whatever the edition is that he knows and loves, get him to play some of that. And then maybe it'll make him want to play a bit of, 11th edition when it comes out. See if there's any pictures of Talan in the main rulebook. There might be, but there might not be. The Steel Legion. There's like one model in here so far. Yeah. So that would be kind of my advice. You're never going to persuade him to play 10th. And 10th is going to be over anyway, soon enough. Yeah. So try an older edition. Get him, loving rolling them bones again. And then when 11th comes out, you'll be like, man, we'll just give it a go. And if you like it, great. And if you don't, well, then you keep playing the old edition. Because the most important thing is you're playing games with your bro. Literally. If he doesn't like 11th, it doesn't matter. Because guess what? 4th edition or 5th edition, whatever edition he wants to play and whatnot, they're like preserved. They're not going anywhere. So if you and your brother end up, let's say it is 4th or 5th edition, right? Let's say 4th, just for the sake of it. If it is 4th edition, and you and your brother spend the next 6 months loving games of 4th edition, and then 11th edition comes out, and it's not for you, or not for him, well, guess what? Just keep playing the same edition. Keep playing 4th edition. Because that's not going anywhere. That's not going to get wiped out. Whereas learning 10th edition at this time, it is basically going to get wiped out by 11th. So, yeah. Yeah. So that's it. And the most important thing is you just play it. You just rolling dice with your bro again in a very casual, non-pressure environment. Yeah. There you go. Metric Steel, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the next super chat. A crazy theory that why would they pick Destroyers that it's multi-kit where you can make them into Kislev troops for Old World. There's no way. Okay. The only way that works, they won't make it multi-kit. Okay. I reckon you're 50% right, but you're looking at this from the wrong perspective. It's not because it's multi-kit. It's because they can use the same digital assets in 2 kits. You see? So if they make a bunch of like fur-lined uniforms and stuff, they can then, like a base. Then when they go to making the 40k version, they can just add a bunch of sci-fi stuff on. And then they go to making the old world stuff, they can add a bunch of old world stuff on. And then boom. So I think they could be reusing a bunch of assets in the digital model design, but I don't think it's going to be so they can sell like one kit that does like 2 things or something like that. But yeah, it's a cool idea though, and I think you definitely, I think there's something going on there. Yeah, they certainly copy paste as every orc character in the same pose. Oh, GW definitely reuses digital assets. Definitely, no doubt about it. I want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Thank you for super chat, man. On the road again. I don't know if you are on the road again, Whispering Monk, but wherever you are, hope you're okay. And there you go. We've got Joey Fangers. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. New customized character option for Belgian rules gives me hope for my Inquisitor will feel like an Inquisitor. 11th edition tees, non-epics rise up. Hope is a dangerous thing. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. But I would rather walk the road and be disappointed at the end than never walk the road at all. I've heard some people say that they've had rules like this in Sigmar for a while, but it doesn't really go anywhere, and it's just more of a fun thing rather than a competitive thing or match play thing, blah, blah. I choose to ignore those. I choose to ignore. Come on, come on. I've been saying for a long time now that 10th was the addition of loss. But 11th will be the addition of gain. It's going to happen. I can feel it. The black ships are telling me. GW, they've cleared the lines. They've stripped everything down to the bare bones. They've got rid of all the resin stuff. They've freed up all the production capacity. And new production capacity is going to come online with the new factory. And it's going to explode. And we're going to enter a glorious, gloriful time of the addition of gain. That is what I believe, Joey. I believe custom characters are coming back. Granular war gear is coming back. Force organization is coming back. Fuck it. I believe 6x4 boards are coming back. I believe the plastic Macarius is only days away. It's going to happen, boys. Terrain. The most controversial one. The most controversial one. I believe that terrain will no longer be L-shaped. I have faith. I have faith. I hope so. I have a dream where all boards will look beautiful. Where 40k boards will be judged on their... it's like completely ruining the quote. I was going to say, I have a dream where I believe all 40k boards will be judged on how they look, not on the content of their rules. I was like, wait, no, that's the opposite of the messaging. That's what I believe. Yeah. That's what I believe. Yeah. And I believe that 11th edition is going to be a good edition. I hope so anyway. I hope so anyway. Do you know what GW needs to bring back? You see, this is the extent of my genius. Sometimes my own towering intellect scares me. I have pierced the veil. I no longer see the matrix. I no longer see the numbers flitting across the screen. I have looked into the rift itself. And it just looks back into me. And it's revealed to me. It's revealed things to me. I believe Games Workshop is going to release new terrain. But not plastic terrain. They know. The days of plastic terrain are over. I've stared deep into the brown-eyed terror. They know plastic terrain is over. They know people won't pay for it. I believe. Pewter terrain confirmed. Fucking hell. I believe that they will re-release the old 2nd edition Necromunda cardboard terrain. The best terrain they have ever made. It has never been beaten. It has never been peaked. It has never been defeated. Old. That stuff was shit. You shut your dirty old mouth, Turier. That stuff was amazing. Cardboard, die cut, cardboard terrain incoming. And the old Necromunda terrain was amazing. Anyone who says that it's not, you guys are fucking high, man. Not in a good way. Yeah. I mean, kids, there's no good way to be high. Don't sniff the glue. Yeah. Oh, I'm telling you. The old glory days, man. That's what's coming. This is it. Oh, shit, man. You are telling me. You are telling me. Hand on heart. I just don't believe you. You are telling me. Where is it? Yeah, look at that beaut. You're telling me, hand on heart, you don't want this terrain to come back. I just don't believe you, man. 0 glue required. Pre-painted. Assembled in moments. Dude. GW will obviously go for it. They can make it in China. They already make all the books in China. They're going to make this in China. That's what they're going to do. That's it. Look at it. It's beaut. It's a beaut. Look at that. That's good terrain for every occasion. That's good terrain for every occasion. You know? Look, they've even got this bit over here, which looks like an upside down cardboard box, which is actually part of the terrain. Joking aside, I actually think this stuff is great. But then again, I am a big sucker for nostalgia. I'm a really, 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 really big sucker for nostalgia. That's it. Like, I would, like, if I ever won a big enough lottery to gain a controlling stake in Games Workshop, it would probably be the worst thing for everyone else out there, because I would just basically dial the clocks back like 20 years. All the Primara stuff gone. Knights gone. Super Heavies gone. Except for, okay, you can have Super Heavies, but you can only play them in games that are 2,500 points or greater, and you have to have permission from your opponent to bring them. Metal Guardsmen coming back. All the old metal regiments coming back. All the old kits come back. Old Space Marines, old Chaos Space Marines, old Orcs, old Tyranids, all of it. I just undo the last 10 years. I just undo it. We're getting the Griffin back. We're gonna do a rerun of the Siege of Rax books. Of course, I'd bring back the ability to just buy bits. Bring back bits. Snapfit Guardsmen. Of course, front and center, the old skeletons, the real old skeletons. Bring all those back. You know, I'd dial the prices back as well. I'd be like, we're making too much money. We're making too much money. I would be like, the only amount of money we need, I said, if we make any profit, like any profit just needs to basically, we just don't need this much. We've got enough. I'd be like, you know what? 5 tactical marines, £6, done. Rhinos, £10 each. That's what I would do. Just bring it all back. We're going to beat 3D printing. We're going to beat China. We're going to beat all the third-party alternatives. We're going to beat all of that. You know, Age of Sigmar, gone, squatted, sorry. I'd sell it off. I'd be like, Age of Sigmar, I'm going to sell it off to another company. They can run it. I don't want it anymore. Gone. Not that, I wouldn't bin it off because the people that want to play it, I'm like, we're not interested in that anymore. That's gone. Battlefleet Gothic, bring it back. Gorka Morka, bring it back. Epic 40k, bring it back. Just as it was. Full cross-compatibility between all ranges. You want a fucking Leviathan? Who are we to tell you can't use it in 40k? Bring it all back. That's what I would do. Cathay in the bin. Get rid. Not having that shit in here. What else would I do? I would have... I'd bring back the mini rule books as well. But then at the same time, I actually know. At the same time, full free digital rules. Full free digital rules. Stop deleting shit I like. Elden, I wouldn't delete it. I would sell it off to somebody else. I'd sell it off to somebody else. Warhammer HM Battles, bring it back. Undo the Necron Law retcon. Undone. It's undone. There you go. Rewrite the Votan Law. Make them just dwarves in space. Make them interesting. None of this bullshit cloning run by robots bollocks. Get rid of that. Cardboard terrain, bring it back. That probably covers everything, to be honest. Obviously, obviously. Yeah. It's so funny if you sold AOS to Warlord and we reversed the ball washing roles. That would be great, Elden Lee. Yeah, yeah. I'd give it to Warlord for free. I'd be like, you guys can have it. Off you go. Cadia, bring it back. That was all a dream. I would retcon it all and be like, and then Eisenhorn woke up. And it was all a vision. Inquisitor, bring it back. Gorka Morka, like I said, Gorka Morka comes back. And I would revert the game back to basically 4th edition, but with all of the 3.5 edition codexes, basically. So I'd be like Chaos, 3.5 codex, Guard, 3.5 codex, all that kind of stuff. Stock prices plummet. Fans are delighted. Oh, I wouldn't have any stock. I would take the company from public back to private. I would just privatize it. Just whatever it took. I would take out. I would go to like the IMF or the World Bank or whatever it might be and be like, just give me a loan, private, whatever it takes to just privatize it. Bang, done. That's what I would do. Keeping the old AP system. Yeah, fuck the new one. It's a bag of shit. Awful. Yeah. I'd keep new models, though. But not like any Primarch stuff. All the Repulse and stuff, that goes in the bin. But, obviously all the Primarchs there in the bin. Sorry, they never woke up. They're all dead. 10,000 years ago, they're all dead. They're too old to come back. What else? Anything else? Anything I missed? Well, okay, I wouldn't bid it off. I would sell it to another company. I'd be like, take that to someone else. Don't want that. Get rid. There you are. Whoever bought Sigmar, I'd give them New Hammer as well. There you go. Let's just, you know, let's just make it happen. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. And like I said, dial the prices back. Obviously, 20 Guardsmen, 20 Cadians, 15 quid. 10 Tactical Marines, 12 quid. Nothing, you know, Lehman Russ, 20. Lehman Rush should be 25 quid. Chimera should be 20 quid. I would stop charging the Americans so much. I would stop charging every country so much. And I outside the UK, and I would just open a factory in the US and be like, we'll just print the models that get made in the US, therefore don't have to pay all the tariffs, all that kind of stuff. It's made in the US, boom. Set up a factory in Australia, boom, done. Sort that out. Set up a factory in Europe, probably. Not sure if we would need that one. Boom, done. There you go. I'd be like, what is the exchange rate of dollars to pounds? Right, that's all they're paying. Not an extra 20 or 40% on top of that. Fuck that. There you go. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I'd be like, that's how I'd run things. Into the ground. Yeah. And I would basically, the biggest budget would go to hiring talent. I would be like, we are the biggest, best, we're meant to be the biggest and we're meant to be the best model company in the world. Let's start acting like it, right? Rick Priestley, you're back, £1 million a year. That's your wage. Off you go, son. Alessio, you're back, £1 million. You know, all that. You know, I buy Warlord. I'd be like, Warlord, you can run this now. That's what I would do. So I'm not taking over one company. I'm taking over two. That's what I would do. I'm like, there we are. Get them over. There's no, that's the way we do things. What about Tau? Tau will be fine. But we get rid of the Riptide. Sorry, it's gone. And we get rid of the Storm Surge. It's gone. But instead, we bring back all of the really cool, like Forge World like models that were in resin. Bring them in plastic. Done. First thing on the agenda, become a monopoly, of course. But a benevolent one. There you go. I don't want the steel industry or the fishing industry. Why would I want fish or steel? I don't want any of those things. I don't want any of those things. Yeah, I don't think Stalin was a benevolent monopoly. I think he was a knobhead. And I wouldn't have any shareholders to respond to because I wouldn't be public. I'd be private. First thing I'd do, I'd be like, that's it. No shareholders. We're going private again. Doesn't matter whatever it takes. Going private. We can't be at the whim. We cannot be at the whim of shareholders, and we cannot be at the whim of lines going up and down. We cannot be at the whim of that. That is just distracting. It distracts us from what needs to be done. What needs to be done. You know? That's what would happen. And then we would then that would be the reset. Then would come the vision. Plastic Macarius, of course. All that stuff would come in plastic. But also things like, I would insist no guard codex could go to print. In fact, the first thing I would do, the first books that I would release would be one book for each faction, and it would just be like one, it would be a codex, but it wouldn't be a codex with rules in it. It would be a codex for each, and each codex would have the units available, new, old, all these new units would be available. And it would, all the rules would be free online, and each book, actually, it's how I'd do it. It's how I'd do it. It'd be all digital. It'd be all digital. And you would have the rules in one place, and they would get updated for free. And you have that would be like the core rules, and then you'd have the army, and there'd be an archive so you could go back and find the old things if you needed to, like version 1 versus version 1.1 versus 1.2, so on and so forth. I'd have an archive available, all that kind of stuff. But the big thing is I would have a digital lore book. So, for example, and every unit would get at least 2 pages of detailed lore written by, like I said, the best lore writers. We'd hire talent, written by the best lore writers, at least a 2-page spread, plus pictures, not including pictures, plus pictures, going into exquisite detail on the origins of each thing. So, for example, like the Rogel Dawn, 2-page spread. It'd be 4 pages, because it's digital, right? So there's no need to worry about paper. So there'd be like the digital bit, and then it would be a really nice, cool picture of the Rogel Dawn, and then you'd open it up, and there'd be a 2-page spread of just like lovely words explaining the Rogel Dawn's origins and everything. Then you turn it over, and there's loads of cool, like maybe some more artwork, and that'd be completely free. Every time a new unit got added, there would be at least 2 pages explaining its origins, function, who found it, which tech priest, which planet, how, all that kind of stuff. Like, let's say, they brought back, let's say they made like a new tank. It was like a Hellhound. It was kind of like, let's say that the Imperium discovered a new variant of Land Raider for the Space Marines, or a new kind of Space Marine tank, and there would be a detailed like story about who found, let's say like a farm boy, saw like a bit of metal sticking out, of a field that he'd been plowing in like a feudal world, and then he sort of like sort of digs it out, and realizes it's like an ancient data pad, and he's like, oh, this is kind of cool. Might be able to get a few. I should take this to the tech priest. He takes it to the tech priest, and they realize it's from like the Horus Heresy or the Dark Age technology, and they're like they plug it in, they do all the canticles, everything. They find it's a data slate which has the perfect specifications for a new Dark Age like technology, like battle tank that'd be perfect for the Space Marines or something like that. And this peasant boy who had just literally come from nothing, is as a reward from the Imperium, is basically himself, and every generation is guaranteed in perpetuity to live in plenty and to never have to worry. They're not given any power or anything, because they're not worthy of power. They're just like lucky. But they've done such a service to the Imperium that they will never have to go without ever again. Just because he found this random data set that had been buried in a field, battery had been dead for 10,000 years. But hey, sometimes you get lucky, and that would be it. And then maybe you can have a whole thing where you can make it grim dark if you want to, and the kid basically eats himself to death because he just gets so used to being able to have whatever he wants and everything. Maybe it gets given just given a planet of his own with servitors to wait on his every need. You could grim dark up if you want, but I don't think it necessarily be necessary to do so. I think it would just be a good example of sometimes there's just technology just littered around the Imperium, and if it just takes someone to find it, there you go. And that's what I would do. But there'd be lore, good lore written by the best for everything, and it'd be all free. And then I would have it all audio booked as well. So you could have it. So you could click. I could have it. You could click. You can have like an audio book version as well. Maybe like a playlist on YouTube, and you could have some different voice actors, or for each faction, or just basically just give Toby Longworth an infinite check, and just be read. So those people that don't want to flick through it, maybe they're doing some work, they want to listen to the lore and all these different units, can just put the headphones in at work or whilst they're going for a jog or something. Boom. That's what I would do. And it'd be all free available. And the reason why it'd be free is because it's just advertising. It's just advertising, and it's just about getting people fucking hyped up about the units and then they can go to our page, and they'll be able to go to the web page. It's all just traffic direct into the page. There you go. You know, you could do, if I wanted to make money off it, if I was being evil and corpo, what I would do is I would make it all free, but you have to like sign up. It's free to sign up, but you sign up, and then I'd sell everyone data. Like, you know, that's the like the good way of being an evil corpo guy. You know, that's the good way. Everyone's like, no money, no, and then the corruption begins. There you are. But basically, you know, I suppose my goal would basically be to turn I'd turn GW into the Valve of tabletop wargaming. That would be the kind of way I do it, where basically we do nothing and win. That would be the once I'd set everything up. And then that would be why not? Why shouldn't I sell out? All right, but no, that's what I would in a jokey kind of way. That would be the approach I would take. I would yeah, that would be the that's what I would do. Big thing would just be, we got to dial these. Big thing is we've just got to get, and I would, of course, the huge thing that I would do is I would get rid of the dreaded policy. Of course. I would give the writers free reign to create, not free reign, because there would be someone's very, very high paying job, or a team of very high-paying people, would be to do lots and lots of like play testing and all that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't restrict units to what we sold. I would take the all-world approach of being like, make what units are going to be right for the game, that are going to give every faction what they need to feel correct. And then if we don't sell that unit, make a designer's note on how people can make the unit. And then our prices would be so tempting that our price would be so tempting that people would want to. So rather than it being like, well, I'm never going to convert that because it's $200 kits, I'd be like, you want to have a bunch of noise marines, but they've got like sonic melee weapons instead, and you know, okay, to do that it would cost you like $50, 50 quid total. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah. So what about 3D printed heads on my guardsmen? Can I enter your premise? I would make Warhammer Plus STLs. I would have GW. So what I would do is either 3D printers, which come with access. So it'd be 3D printers that come with a big screen, not like a little one, big screen. Maybe like attached to the side of it, like almost like a Steam machine, like a GW machine. I'd call it like an STC machine, something like that. Anyway, point is, it'd be a 3D printer, which you could buy, obviously, but it would have a link. If you had an internet connection, you could do it manually if you wanted to, if you don't have a good internet connection. But if you had an internet connection, it'd be wireless. And what I would do is it would link to a GW database where all of the STLs would be available. So I would be like, and not only would it have STLs for all sorts of third-party bits, but also for all sort of legacy models that we don't make anymore. So if you want to 3D print them, you can do. So if someone's like, oh man, I really want the Mordian Iron Guard, the original metals, I'd be like, there's an STL for that. All that kind of stuff. And basically, you just sign up. As long as you signed up through Warhammer Plus, and your machine knows you signed up to Warhammer Plus, then I would do that. I'd make Warhammer Plus a ridiculously good deal. Yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Who the fuck is Throg? Mark. Yeah. Why are we leaving money on the table for other 3D printers? We're GW. We should capture the entire 3D printed market by releasing an incredible product that no one else can beat. buy our 3D printer, which comes preloaded with all of the designs that you'd want. Do you know what I would even do? I would offer with the 3D printer, so when it gets delivered by us, by GW, and the guy that delivers it would set it up for you. And then I'd also offer a 3D printing cleaning service. So if you're like, I don't want to deal with all this yucky shit, dude comes along and cleans it for you. There you go. Look at that. That would be it. That would be it. So basically, you buy the 3D printer, it turns up, you just press all the stuff, and then if you need to get it cleaned, just like getting your windows cleaned, some guy just comes along, cleans it up, boom. There you go. If you needed to. Oh no, my FET broke. Don't worry, dude will come and clean it and fix it for you. There you are. Maybe do it at a GW store. Maybe you could do it at a GW store. Maybe, I don't know. Some sort of system gives you a hand job as well. Maybe you just go to the GW store, put your order in, and it'll be there for you. Maybe that's a better way. Maybe having it in the store would be better. Yeah, maybe. Made-to-order pewter minis, of course, would be available. Of course. If you wanted that option, of course. That's what I would do. Yeah. See, this is why you need to have me in charge, boys. For about 12 months, it would be the best GW ever, and then we've run out of money. That would be it. Just like the old like Roman system where they had to like swear emergency powers onto one guy. He didn't even want it, but I do want it. But but for like 12 months, it was like, okay, democracy, the Senate, that is removed. It's just like benevolent dictatorship for 1 year. If I got those emergency powers for 1 year, that would be the kind of shit that I would do. Full transparency as well. Full transparency. There you are. There you are. That's what I would do. Anyway, let's see. Let's get back to the super chats and stuff. Infantry, sir. What have we got here? Fool's Fate. Fool's Fate, thank you for the super chat, man. All the old world is getting me to bend and look at Empire again. Could you review my draft list of first purchases in stream discussion? Let's have a look, man. All the old discussion has me caving on buying some Empire. Could you give me some feedback on what you were changing more, dude? Looking at getting a few boxes needed, but love the Knights too much to not get them. Knights are great. Knights are great. One of each, Battalion, Knight, Demigriff, Griffin, General. Oh, sorry. One of each, a Battalion, Knights, Demigriffins, Griffin General, and Cannon. So you've got General of the Empire and a big fuck-off Griffin. I wouldn't bother with the Dragon Bow. Dragon Bow's a bag of shit. Other than that, fine. Captain of the Empire, I wouldn't bother with Halberd and Shield because it's two-handed weapon. So just ditch off the shield. By the way, give you a general. Get rid of the Dragon Bow. Give him the cackling blade if you can. Get rid of the halberd. Get rid of the shield. Just go for the halberd. Wizard Lord. Yeah, great. Empire Engineer. Yeah, great. Don't bother with light armor. Get rid of that. 28 veteran state troops. Don't bother with veteran state troops. Just take regular ones. Don't take 2 units of 4 knights. Take 1 unit of 10. 1 unit of 8, sorry. Demigriff's fine. Great cannon fine. Great cannon fine. Steam tank fine. Yeah, that's fine. Just my advice would be make the knights 1 big brick and try and get 2 units of 30 regular state troops if you can. And just give them light armor and halberds. There you go. There you go. I would if it were me, I would strongly consider getting the Landsknecht starter army and then basically buying boxes of knights, boxes of demigriffs, and so on and so forth. But it's up to you. Knights are cool, though. Yeah. But yeah, you can't go... Honestly, man, just with Old World, just get what you want, play what you want, and you'll be fine. Yeah, yeah. You will lose some games, but you can always work out what's good later. And most of everything that you've selected there is decent. Yeah, yeah. In fact, there's no bad choices there from like a unit point of view. Just some of the things like going down the veteran state route, taking 2 units of 4 knights, that kind of thing. But that can all be fixed by just taking exactly the same units and then just changing the force composition. So yeah. Yeah, yeah. That goes against my sweaty 40k mindset, Lamau. Leave that shit at the door. It's not... We don't do that here. If you try and play Old World like 40k, you'll lose every game. Trust me. I lost a lot of games when I first started playing. Yeah. Just... Old World... At the end of the day, Empire is an absolute vibe faction. So don't worry too much about trying to be sweaty with it. Don't worry too much about being sweaty. Just collect what you... Don't collect what you think is going to be good. Because you have no idea what's going to be good. And even after 2 years, no one really knows exactly what's very good. It's Old World, man. It's fucking Wild West. There's some general ideas of what's better than other things. But basically, unless you go in Cathay, you're not going sweaty. So don't worry about it. So take what you think looks cool, build an army that you think looks cool, and you'll still win some games, still lose some games. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, yeah. The Boss Grand, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Dustin Polos, thank you for the super chat. Missing person report in stream discussion. Sir, we haven't heard from the company's Baneblade or Rogue or Dawn for some time. I'm beginning to fear the worst. Brilliant. What is this scratch-built monstrosity? Fucking hell. Yeah, man, that looks cool. Yeah, I love all the looters on the inside. Is that actually a Rogue or Dawn? It looks like a mixture of kits. Also, like, looks a bit Macarius. That looks cool, man. Is that a spare wheel or a gun? It looks like it could be a gun. Oh, man. That looks great, bro. That looks really good. Now that's kit bashing. That's glorious. Yeah. That's glorious. We've got Punch Bowl. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. All the old kits are coming back in Fancast. No. In fact, I would track down the person that came up with the idea of Fancast, no matter who they were, and I would publicly shame them. Nothing would come back in Fancast. If anything was to come back, we would do it in Sirecast, if we were to do it in Sirecast. Other than that, we'd go to Metal, baby. That's what we'd do. Old, metalies, or plasticies. Frankly, I'd just bring it back in plastic. Fuck it. You know? Bring back all the old metalies. Oh, yeah, and obviously, one big thing in Mordian's great dictatorship of GW would be... we'd fix the sprues. Every sprue would come laid out by a normal human being. Yeah. There you go. So, John, thank you for super chat, man. I actually like having squat bots, just dwarf them up more. Dark Age abhumans who didn't abuse their robots and thus didn't get fucked keeps them out of the Imperium, which I want. Oh, you mean with like the Votan? I just wouldn't make them all clones and shit. Like, here's the thing. Votan are a great... I did a video today about GW trying too hard, right? Why some things work and some things don't. Like, dwarves are cool. You don't need more than that. Just... I would have no issue with the Votan, as in like the big computers that tell them all what to do and everything. I'd have no real issue with that. Like, you know, I'd maybe change it a little bit in some manner, but no, I'd have no real issue with the concept of bringing like. I have no real issue of the idea of the Votan getting along with the robots and, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I'd have no real issue with that. I'd just be like, they're space dwarves. They love a good, you know, they love a good drink and all that kind of stuff. They're stubborn, grudges, all that kind of stuff. Very materialistic, make great equipment, but very tradition bound, all that kind of stuff. You know, and I'd have no issue with them like being okay with like having some of the squad being robots and, you know, being kin. I'd have no issue with any of that. I just get rid of all this like fucking wanky bullshit and just get them back onto being dwarves and then have the cool shit from the Votan on top of that. Yeah. The Boss Grand, thank you, Super Chat, man. To buy out GW, they are valued around 7.6 billion. You'd have to offer an extra 20%, so we need to raise 10 billion, give or take a billion, in order to elect him as Grand Chancellor of Games Workshop. The attempt on my game has left me horribly jaded. But my resolve has never been stronger. GW will be reformed back to how it was 20 years ago. And we shall have peace. There we are. Come on, guys. It's a simple election platform. Do you want to be able to buy a bike, like an attack bike? 3 for £18? No. Yeah, 3 for £18 and you get all the special weapons, or 1 on its own for a £5, but it just comes with bolters. Do you want to have 5 Marines for £6? Do you want to have 20 Guardsmen for £15? Do you want to have 20 Termagants for £15? 20 Hormagons for £15? 10 Gene Stealers for £15? Do you want to be able to buy Lehman Rust for £25? Do you want to be able to buy Orc Boys 20 for £15? Do you want to be able to buy Orc Trucks for a tenner? Do you want to be able to buy Necrons 10 for £12? Do you want to be able to buy Pariahs again? Do you want to have? Do you want to have all your rules be digital and free? Do you want to have all your lore be written and made sense within terms of the universe? Do you want to have 40k feel like 40k again? That's all. If that's the only question you have to ask yourself. That's the only question you have to ask yourself. Do you want free rules, cheaper models, and 40k to feel like a fucking crunchy war game again? If that's all, if you want yes to any of those, vote for Mordian. Do you want all the paints to be put into dropper bottles? Do you want epic 40k? Do you want Battlefleet Gothic? Do you want Mordheim? Do you want Gorka Morka? Do you want lots of other things? Necrom Under Terrain. If you want all of this, I like the old Hex bottles the best. They were a nightmare to open up. I'll give you dropper bottles. There you go. There you are. Do you want the old skeletons? Bring it back. Bringing it back. Do you want... Thing is, I would actually be a benevolent dictatorship because I'd be like, everyone who... I actually wouldn't... I don't know if I would get rid of all the Primar stuff. I think I would lose too many votes on that. I will say, I would like, do you want a classic edition of Warhammer to be rewritten? To be written. So all the people that want New Hammer and Sigmar, that can go that can happen if you really want it. And then all the people that want classic Warhammer 40k, bring that back. I don't know. Do you want vampire counts back in Old World? Do you want lizard men back in Old World? All the old factions back in, plus new ones, Vampire Coast. Do you want orcs in Horus Heresy? Do you want new Firstborn stuff? Do you want Imperial Agents to be a proper army? Do you want Death Watch to be a proper army? All of these things. All of these things. I would give it to you all. And I'd be fully transparent on it. Full timelines. All that kind of stuff. Do you want GW to have, like, content where it's just like the super autistic people from like SDS just nerding out about how they came up with an idea for Necromunda and how that made the meth stealers and all that kind of stuff? All that. Do you want old white dwarf back? First few episodes. First run, Tale of 4 Gamers. Do you want that back? There you go. I'd bring it all back, boys. I'd bring it all back. I'd bring it all back. That's what I'd do. Bring it all back, and then I'd bring loads of new stuff. Cool new stuff as well. Don't trust him. When he gets in power, he's going to hoard all the old hammer to himself. There you are. I would restore. This is what I would do. Where'd the bone sword come from? It's a bottle opener. This is what I would do. My first step would be to restore Warhammer to what it was. My second step would be to modernize and revolutionize Warhammer into what it should be. So step one would be all of the, we're getting the classic vibe. Classic artwork. Yeah, it really is. It's a bottle opener. Yeah, look, the bottle bit goes there. Lift it off. The first step would be getting it back to where it should be. All the old artwork, old logo back, all that kind of stuff. All the old art, get it back to the way it should be. Get it back to that foundation. The foundation that they've been cruising off for 20 years. All right? That's the first thing I would do. And then we would take it into the future. So that it wouldn't just be taking it back to the glory days. It would be taking it back to the glory days and then stepping into the future. That would be what we would do. That's what I would do. The whole modernize it with digital rules, embrace 3D printing, all that kind of stuff, just dominate the market, all that kind of stuff. That's how but dominate it. Like, we would no longer leave money on the table. If we couldn't make models for it, we'd make STLs for it. That's what we would do. Yeah. That's what we'd do. So we didn't leave any money on the table. There you are. Yeah. Now, that is the power that you guys would get. That's the power that was the power that would be bestowed upon me. And like I said, for 1 year, I reckon I get 1 year run like what was it, Yamamoto? I can run amok for 6 months, and then the Americans will beat me. That's it. All right. What do we got now? Win Whistler, thank you for the super chat, man. 07MG, brilliant after-action report, sir. It was my privilege to see you take my army to battle. My question for you, do you have more thoughts on the Grizzle Company stratagems now? Yes. I didn't really bother with the ignore cover one because I just brought enough AP. Didn't really bother with the lethal hits one because I felt like the lethal hits one, it's tricky when you have to be on the objective. Snap Turret and the Duty and Honor one and Mordian Minute are the three most powerful ones. But that might change depending on how I change my list. But dude, the list is cool as fuck, man. I actually wished I'd taken your exact list. I wish I'd kept the Catachans in there. But I fucked around with it and then submitted it and then went, fuck, I forgot to put the Catachans back in. Ah! And I was like, fuck it. At least it's all homogenous now. Yeah. There you go. But no, dude, thank you for the support and thank you for the list. And it was my pleasure. And it felt right. Mordian Minute, really good. Yeah. Just going up to extra strength is just so valuable. Yeah. But dude, it just felt like running a guard army again. It felt for a little moment there. It felt like it used to be. Yeah. What we got next? Chris K, thank you for the 2 gifted messages, man. Thank you for support, bro. Chicken Detonator at Market Land joins the cloister. Check stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh my god, no way. Let's have a look. Friend of the cloister, champion of the Red Roost, and ward of the Sacred Beak, Margaret Land, welcome to the Cloister Saint Chicken with a fresh officer model, a leather induction, and an oil painting of your faithful deeds, good sir. That's amazing, man. That's so good, bro. That's so good. Oh my days. That's cool, man. Let me have a look. Is the letter the same one as before, but with Market Land now? Let's have a look. It is. But that's cool, man. There you go. Ward of the Beak Valve, Center of the Red Roost, Guard of the Sacred Coop. Oh no, it's a little different. It's new. Okay, let me grab a drink. Because I'm very thirsty, and then I'll read out Mark's letter.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Ugh. All right. Let's have a look. The luminous charter of shelter, vow, and everlasting roost, issued from the cloister St. Chicken in the hour of ash and answered prayer. Let it be proclaimed to all cloisters, courts, keeps, and camps, to those who keep faith and to those who once turned away, that in the cloister's gravest hour, when banners were unanswered, when allies looked aside, when the sacred roost stood scorned, beset, and unheeded, one came, not bound by treaty, not compelled by oath, but moved by honor alone. Marker Talabek land. This is cool, man. Noble knight, proven in steel and resolve, rode to our defence when hope thinned and fires burned low. He stood where others would not, he answered when others were silent. Therefore, by feather and flame, by spur and sacred sign, the cloister St. Chicken does hereby receive, consecrate, and bind him into its eternal fellowship. Let this charter record that Market Land is granted the titles and burdens of Warden of the Beaked Vow, Sentinel of the Red Roost, Guardian of the Sacred Coop. Titles not of ornament, but of watchfulness, of endurance, of guardianship unending. Before the altar of the first crow, with hand upon steel and eyes lifted to the banner, he spoke the vows adjoining, which are here set down in full and made unbreakable. I vow to guard the cloister when it is strong and when it stands alone. I vow to answer the call of the roost, whether it is sung in triumph or whispered in ruin. I vow to stand between the sacred coop and all those who have profaned it, be thy foe, tyrant, or faithless ally. I vow to keep the beaked vow unbroken, that no faithful shall be abandoned and no banner fall unwitnessed. I vow that my sword shall know justice before mercy and mercy before pride. I vow that should the roost burn, I shall stand within the flames. These vows are spoken without hesitation, they are accepted without condition, they are bound without end. From this day forth, Market land shall be welcomed to all fires, trusted with all watch, and remembered in the annals of the cloister, not as one who arrived in victory, but as one who came when it mattered. May his vigilance never falter, may his oath never crack, may the red roost know his shadow as shelter. Thus it is written, thus it is sealed, thus it is forever kept. Deus Cluck. Signed, sealed, and set down in gold and ash. Abbot Commander Chicken Detonator, Marshal Anselm of the First Beak, Roost Deacon, Cloister of St. Chicken, given under the great seal of the sacred roost in the presence of witness seen and unseen. You're in now, Mark. You're in now. Deus Cluck. Deus Cluck, man. Hey, you know, I'm all for this Cloister the Chicken thing, as long as they can pay. You know, like Vossenberg's Vagabond. You know, well, we like a good bit of chicken, the same as the next guy. You know, I'm just saying. But as long as the chicken, you know, we're mercenaries, so that all comes with coin. There we are. I think I did get. I've got a letter from Chicken Detonator, I'm sure, swearing me in as part of the cloister. I think I've got to go and double check it. Yeah. Let's have a look. Spriggs, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. First bit towards the 13 odd billion. Thanks, Spriggs. Thanks. I'll try and you know. I'll make sure it all goes into the pot, you know. We've got Trench Rat. Thank you for the 11 months, man. Leave Warhammer alone. GW doesn't need to touch it. Oh, no. Modern GW doesn't need to touch it. But Mordian GW, I would make sure. Trench Rat Shovel. I would make sure that if I was the benevolent dictatorship at GW, I would ensure that all of the rules were made available for free on GW's website, making it easy for people to find and a trusted place to download. And of course, I would release fantastic multi-part plastic kits for all of the different Mordheim gangs and add more gangs in and all that kind of stuff. Of course. And I would have the whole thing run by a dedicated Mordheim community leaders who, of course, you know, not only would there be some volunteers, but also there would be some funding available as well. Broheim has that. Well, don't forget, get them in. Get them in. Get them paid for what they do. That's what I say. There you are. There you are. Benevolent Mordian dictatorship. That's what's needed in these difficult Corpo GW times. There you are. There you are. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. US and UK projects from the past week in Discord. All right, let's have a look. My contribution to the American war effort. Let's have a look. Hellcat, Pershing, and Pond Skater. I have 7% finished Tesla Sherman and M18 multi-gun carriage ready for presentation shortly. Nice. Cool, man. Cool. They look great. They look absolutely sick, man. Nice. I love the Pershing, bro. Cool. It's a beast, the Pershing, isn't it? Yeah. I need to get one of those for my Americans, I think. To be fair, I want to work on a Imperial Guard sort of theme for my Americans. Once I've got the Japanese fixed, that is. They're cool, man. Nice. Sick, mate. Absolutely sick, bro. Looking good, son. Looking good. And then we've got Trooper. Trooper, thank you for the double support, man. 21 with member flex and for the super chat, bro. 07 sir, keep up the great work. Plus update and stream discussion. Let's have a look. 07 sir, I can't remember if I shared my redone Lehman Russ yet. I was able to use the original second edition flag to mark it. Other than that, I had a spenny Saturday. Had to buy a pair of tires, pay rent, and buy a whole new PC because my rig finally died after soldering on for 7 years. That is a spenny day, man. I think you did share the Lehman Russ pictures before, but obviously I'm happy to see classic Russes again. Oh no, you sent the pictures in again. However, will I cope? Looks great, bro. Hey, it looks nice, to be fair. It looks very, very nice. That's a good PC, that does. Nice. Looking good, Trooper. It might have been spenny, but it looks like it was worth every penny. There we are. There we are. All right. Okay. So, we're all caught up on super chats and stuff, which is great. Mordian, why is your Facebook so outdated? Because I don't use it. If I still have a Facebook, I presume they would have taken my Facebook page down by now. I haven't used it in, like, I mean, I don't think I've not used it in at least 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I should probably just close it down. Yeah, I don't use it for anything. Oh. Yeah. I just presumed it was. I actually forgot I had it, and I just presumed it had been closed down at this point. Yeah. Right. So. It's time to do something. Something that has not happened in a long time is happening again. Or whatever Gandalf says. Gentlemen, it's Monday. And there's some meta talk. So, I don't mean to alarm you. But for the first time in a long time, we might actually talk about 40k's meta. We might need to. Oh, there were some pictures of Admiral Sodium. I'll have a look at those as well. Sorry, man. They were in a different post, man. What the fuck? They were split across 2 posts. What the fuck do you want me to do? They look good as well, bro, to be fair. I've got like 3 Humbers. I really need to get them built. Only one of them's for conflict, though, to be fair. Nice. I do like the hedgerow cutter. That's cool, man. There we go. So, apparently, there has been some developments of a sort in the Warhammer 40k meta. Let me have a little look here. And I think it is sort of worthy to talk about it. Just gonna get the data up now. Whoa. That wasn't work. Where's the thing I was finding today? Literally earlier today. Alright, take me a second to find it. Cool. Right, I think I've got it here. Okay, so let us talk for a moment about the current 40k meta, because it's one of the big things that's going on at the moment. So basically, 40k metadata has become a little less it's become a little less front and center ever since the guy that did Meta Monday basically decided he wasn't going to do Meta Monday anymore, which is fair enough, because like he basically was just doing it. I think he had a Patreon, but he never made much money off it. He was basically just doing it for the love of the game, and then he got, the guy did Meta Monday, JCMS, basically ended up getting a new job that required a lot more attention, so he couldn't keep it up anymore, which is fair enough, like fair play to him. So metadata has been a little bit less obvious, although there are other websites that have been doing it. But recently, people started to do a bit more of it, and it's becoming a little bit more prominent again. And it started to like reveal some interesting things, and I've been keeping an eye on it a little bit. I've been keeping a little bit of an eye on it to see if anything interesting cropped up. And the truth is that something a little interesting has kind of popped up about it, because there was a lot of there's been a lot of chit chat about like how Guard are like an S tier faction, and how Grizzled Company is S tier and all this kind of stuff. And I think, I do think Guard is in a very good position right now, but I think sometimes maybe people throw around the term S tier a little too quickly. And I think people also sometimes they can sometimes miss the woods for the trees. And the truth is that the 40k meta right now is kind of fucked. It's kind of balked. And it's not balked because of Guard. And amazingly, it's not even balked because of Ultramarines. It's fucking broken because of those goddamn Necrons again. I'm going to say this. If you got into 40k with 10th edition, with Necrons, this has been, frankly, one of the best additions for this faction. You can go back through the MG archives, through the massive amount of random and unfocused content that I pour out onto the internet every day, and you can go and find me talking about Necrons being really, really good, better than a lot of people give them credit for years ago. And it's funny. I've made a few predictions over the course of 10th edition, and most of which ended up being right. But what was kind of interesting is when the latest Necrons like came out, I was there going through the new like Found Worlds attachments and all that stuff. And I was just going through and I was just looking at them and I was like, these are utterly fucked. And a lot of people were going on about like flying land raiders and stuff like that for the Marines, which just turned out to be a bit of a meme. But if I may wank myself off, send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. Because I said Necrons were going to be a problem. And I said that Catan spam was going to be a problem. And wouldn't you fucking... It's not a particularly hot take. Because to be fair, quite a few people were saying that. But there were quite a lot of people down in various comment sections and various stream chats that were saying, oh, they won't be so bad. To be fair, I thought Guard had quite a good play into them. Because Vanquisher Cannons... Because I love spamming Vanks. And Vanks now are quite good into Catan. Because if they fail that far up, you're in trouble. But, yeah, it turns out that Necrons are just tearing it up at the moment. And to throw some numbers at you, and these are numbers, look, put it this way, these numbers aren't really fluctuating. And these numbers come from Hutbur on the Warhammer competitive subreddit, which is a decent subreddit. I know we give Reddit a lot of shit, but it's a decent subreddit. And this week, Necrons were the most played faction, representing approximately 10% of all players that played at tournaments this weekend. So bear in mind, there's like, 26 factions. And these guys had 10% of the player share. So that's huge. And then they had the best win rate at 62%. Now, bear in mind, they're the most played faction with the highest win rate. So they've got the highest win rate. Sorry, Deathwatch technically had a higher win rate than them. But they only had 6 players. That's not even taking into account the mirror match. If you take the mirror match into account, which tends to add about 5% on, they're on about a 67% win rate. Okay, and maybe even higher, because the higher the proportion of players, the higher the win rate, the higher the mirror match win rate suppression can be. But let's say 5%. That's pretty fair. So they had the most players with the highest win rate, especially if you take the mirror match into account. They had the most top 4 finishes. They had the most going 4-0. So at most dropping 1 game or not dropping any games. They had the best rate of players going at least 4-0. And they're the main bits. So basically, Necrons were the most popular faction with the best win rate, with the most top 4 finishes, and the most players going 4-0. Basically, only losing 1 game or not losing any games. So yeah, they're a little good. They're a little good. Now, the reason why Necrons are a little good right now. So the thing is, there's 2 reasons why Necrons are very good. The first reason is because the data sheets are very good. The second, well, actually, there's sort of 3 reasons why they're very good. So the first reason is the data sheets are very, are pretty strong. Catan, reducing damage is very nice. Plus feel no pain is very good. Plus getting more wounds. Very, very, very strong. And they're very spammable. The fact that you can get 5 Catan in a list is pretty mental. Although I think the better play is actually to bring like 4 and then get lots of, little shit muncher units and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, the data sheets are good. the second reason why they're doing so well is because a lot of good players are jumping on them. So not only are they strong fundamentally, but then you have a lot of people, a lot of very capable players who will jump on that faction and will meta chase. And considering the play style that is doing all the heavy lifting, it's actually really fucking easy to jump on the faction. I mean, think about it. You need what, like 4 or 5 Catan and maybe a couple of dozen other models. It's not even it's not financially that intense. It's not like we're not talking AdMech financial intensity here. You know, if you're not gonna buy it new in box from GW. If you did, it still would be cheaper than buying a lot of other armies out there, but you're not going to. The reason why this is like the thing that no one talks about with competitive players. The number one people who buy recasts are competitive players, are meta chasers. Because the quality is so good now of recasters that people will, and it arrives pretty quickly, is that people will, and a lot of competitive players also have got their ear to the ground, so they hear things coming, so they're like, okay, I can get a few things ready before it actually drops. So, they can get, if it even does take a little while to come from places like China or 3D printers or whatever it may be, they can basically get it easy peasy. Also, a lot of competitive players will share models as well. They'll, I've told the story before, but I remember playing against someone from Team Scotland. This was back in the day, so it's only got more like this. Back in the day, who was using Deathwatch when they were really overpowered. How times change. And he literally used the army, and his carry case for the army was a bunch of boxes with bubble wrap in them. So he literally, once he had finished with the army, he put it, I played him last round. He put it all in the bubble wrap boxes and literally sealed it up. I was like, I'm going to post that down to my mate tomorrow. So he's got it in time for a tournament next in a couple of weeks. Like, that's what I'm talking about, right? So these models, it's really, really, in one capacity or another, it's really, really easy to get to get this army together. And it's really easy even if you're getting it from scratch, it's a piece of piss to paint as well. Just fucking airbrush and all this kind of stuff. It's very, very, so it's very good. The competitive players that will meta chase, it's got basically zero barrier to entry one way or another to them. So that's another reason why it's doing so well. And the third reason it's doing so well is, frankly, it's completely anti-meta. It's completely anti-meta. So it's funny how the cycle continues. What was the beginning of 10th edition? What was the meta? Vehicles and monsters. It's hard to imagine now, but at the beginning of 10th edition, vehicles and monsters utterly dominated the scene. Like, utterly. They, no one was really running outside a handful of infantry. I mean, think about, Iron Hands detachment spam was like the go-to thing, right? And then we, over time, moved into an elite infantry meta. And then the elite infantry meta evolved into the melee elite infantry meta. And the melee elite infantry meta has kind of been where we're at for a good few months now. For a good few months. And, it's all been about, like, the pressure. It's all been about the turn 1 stage, the turn 2 go turn, the turn 3 smashy smasher, turn 2, turn 3 smash, 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 smash. That's what the meta has all been about for, at least 6 months, at least. So everyone has been gearing towards dealing with elite melee infantry. And then coming into this with the steel chair is basically a big fuck off monster army. Monsters and vehicles. Because monsters and vehicles never got bad. Just via things like releases and what faction was hot at that time and various data slates and stuff. Other things like elite melee stuff came to the fore. But monsters have never been bad. And so what you've got now is basically a detachment which just fucking smashes it with big monsters. And it's really good at playing into those elite infantry because, you know, if you look at like Pantheon of Woe, the closer it gets to you, the more it's going to fuck you up. That's the whole thing, like, they get all the extra AP and stuff like that, right? So if you're someone that's built your army around being been around a melee pressure elite infantry list, and suddenly you come flying into a Catan, all you're doing is going to laminate yourself against the Catan. That's all you're going to do. And because you're not dealing with a Catan, you're dealing with 4 or 5 Catan, then even if you manage to bring one of them down, because you're a melee army, you have to expose yourself to do it. And so basically, you have to charge the Catan, and then they kill you. And then at the beginning of their turn, they regen some wounds. Then they charge you, kill one of your units. Then your only recourse is, you guessed it, you have to charge them again, which you then don't kill them. They kill one of your units, and then they regain some wounds again. So basically, they're very, 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 very anti-meta. And what's one of the things that I've been banging on about with the 40k meta for a little while now, we're speaking in broad generalizations. Of course, there's going to be nuance to it. And if you've got any information on that nuance and all that kind of stuff, get it down in the comment section, get it down in the chat, all that kind of good stuff. But the thing is, I've been banging on about armies have been getting too elite. In fact, I've been banging on about this concept of armies not looking like armies, and people seem to be forgetting some of the fundamentals of Warhammer, where you need to have a little bit of redundancy. You've got to have your shit munchers. You can't just go all gas. You've got to have some cheaper, shittier units. And also I've been banging on about for ages how if you're a melee armor, you need to be bringing shooting, because you need to be, there's going to be times, if you've only got one tool in your toolbox, then when that tool doesn't work, you're going to be in trouble. And so Catan are just really, really showing this up. They're really, really showing up. Because if you go back and look at some of my after action reports, you can see like a lot of people are bringing armies which, they might, there's some spam there, like, there's going to be like lots of Victrix or like Blade Guard, whatever it might be. Of course, there's some spam there. But the idea is, for a lot of people, is they will go, especially for a lot of information which is peddled as well, which is you put this unit in here, this one unit, so that it covers that situation. But that kind of thinking never takes into account what happens if you lose that unit. It never takes into account. Also, the more elite you go, the less units you can afford to lose in many cases. Now, it's not so bad if both players are going super elite, because if you lose a unit, then they lose a unit, and so on and so forth. Then you're both basically battering each other at the same time, right? At the same rate. But the thing is, if you lose a unit against Catan, and the Catan doesn't die, and then regens a bunch of wounds, you've lost something, and they haven't. And then they kill one of your units, and suddenly you're 2 units behind. You're more than 2 units behind, but until this sort of one unit versus one of their units sort of like trading sort of scenario, you end up losing 2 units, and they still haven't lost a unit. So the issue is basically, it's that Catan are very, very meta, and Catan are kind of doing a number on this current way of approaching like army building in 40k, which is you just get one tool in your toolbox and you're good, and you get another tool in your toolbox and you're good, and you go super, super elite, and you go super sort of melee orientated, and they're really, and they're it's really fucking with people. But I want to make something abundantly clear. I don't think it's simply a case of, well, if we take loads of OC, then we'll be okay. If we take loads of the blah, blah, blah. I think for some factions that can work. Like, I ran 120 guardsmen into 5 Catan, and I managed to beat it. I killed 1 Catan, and then never killed another model basically the entire game. But basically, I think there are some factions which can do it, but for a lot of factions, it's not really an option. But I think the issue is, So I will make this clear. I think Catan are very, very anti-meta, but I also think they're massively overtuned. I think for some factions, you cannot adapt into them. They're just going to kill you. And I think there is an element, if we want to talk about the wider 40k meta here for a moment, which I think is important. If we want to talk about the wider 40k meta here, I do think there's a big problem of rock, paper, scissors. And we're not talking rock, paper, scissors in terms of units. We're talking rock, paper, scissors in terms of factions. I have noticed, and I would love to get other people's perspective on this. I have noticed that for some matchups, for certain factions, it is almost, it's as bad as it's ever been for just, you can't win that. Now, we're not talking about, oh, well, this is super overpowered faction of the day, because, you know, there's always one super overpowered faction, right? So obviously they batter everyone, right? Of course. No, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about there are factions which, let's say they play into an, let's say, you know, someone's Halen Jedi said this down here. I don't know if it's true, but I'll take him at his word. I just don't know this one. Emperor Children versus Death Guard. Emperor Children lose every time. There are factions out there, let's say Emperor's Children versus Death Guard, where Death Guard aren't considered super overpowered right now, and Emperor's Children aren't considered super overpowered right now. They're both considered that as factions at various points, right? But Emperor's Children just lose into Death Guard every time. You know, Emperor's Children the scissors, Death Guard of the rock, and it doesn't matter what you do, they're just going to lose every time. And I have noticed this is, it's not, I don't know if other people are talking about it. I haven't seen anyone else talking about it, but I bet they are. I bet I've just not seen them. But I have definitely noticed that there are ever increasing moments where you just get into a game and you can't beat that faction. And I think some of this is being covered up, not in like a conspiratorial kind of way, but just in a I mean, like it's being, the data's not getting through kind of way, by things like teams tournaments. Because where we are right now in the 40k meta, in the 40k 10th edition timeline, is we're in the hardcore bit. A lot of casual players and intermediate players are kind of just waiting out until 11th. Rightly so. You know, new editions come along. I only get to play a couple of times. No point in me playing a game that's basically going to be dead. Might as well until 11th comes out and get on the hype train there. I can do a bit of painting and maybe try another game out. Bit of palette cleanser, blah, 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 right? But the people that are playing right now are super hardcore. And the super hardcore players are the ones that love going to team tournaments. So the team tournaments can obviously cover up this matchup situation. Because if you know someone on your team has got a bad matchup into that faction, then as a team captain, you try and stop that from happening. So obviously that covers it up a little bit. And that's, you know, team tournaments are only one aspect of 40k. Of course, I get that. But like I said, I think it's covering up a little bit. I think it's covering up like a little bit. And I think that 40k 10th edition right now, if I was to say, you know, we've talked about the evolving meta, and we've talked about the current meta, Necron's like smashing everyone. But if we go into the meta of the meta, I know, right? Metaception. If we go into the meta of the meta, that I feel the game has become drastically rock, paper, scissors. There are some games where just like World Eaters just won't win. Like World Eaters will just laminate, you know, World Eaters, they'll just be like, they'll just laminate themselves against a certain army. Emperor Children versus Death Guard, for example. I often feel like as a guard player, unless I'm bringing, you know, like 12 Bulgrin, I feel like basically I auto lose to World Eaters and Custodes. That might just be a me thing. I've always had a problem into Custodes. But World Eaters, it's like they just run at me and then turn one, maybe often turn one, sometimes turn two, they'll just be all over me. And even if I manage to like blast my way through them, by the time I have done, it feels definitely like they're so far ahead on like points if I can't sort of bring it back. So, you know, I feel like, you know, certain like guard just struggles into like pressure armies and stuff like that, unless you have Bulgrin. You need to have Bulgrin to stop that kind of thing. You know, guard has got a little bit of play there, but you know, there's certain armies which you just can't do anything about. It's like, and it's never ever a good feeling if the game is over before it's begun. And you never really mind if it's because you're just facing the broken bullshit. You know, you have a little bit of a grumble, maybe take the piss out of your opponent a little bit, but like, if it's the latest hotness, then you're getting beat with the latest hotness, that's fine. But when you're getting beaten by something that isn't even the latest hotness, and it was just a case of, tough break, kid, your faction doesn't do well into my faction, that's a bit shitty. And I think is truly a bit of a problem. If the game is over before it began, then it doesn't matter how you deploy. It basically, you are relying upon your opponent to just be a bad player. There have been some games where I've had to literally be like, well, if my opponent knows what he's doing, I'm fucked, and if he doesn't, then I might win. And that's not really a great feeling. I don't really like that. I have to hope that my opponent is a moron. Nah, I don't want to do that, man. I want to have a good game. And I think the reason for this, it comes down to the design philosophy of a lot of factions these days. At 10th edition has stripped a lot out of the game, mostly due to the dreaded policy. But I don't really want to go down that salty tangent right now. But basically, because GW's very strictly adhered to this policy of if we don't make models for you, you don't get to keep it, they stripped a lot out. And it's a bit like when you remove bees from the ecosystem, suddenly all the plants start kind of like dying. The ecosystem starts suffering. And I feel like there's a little bit of a case of they've removed a lot of different things from the 40k ecosystem, and it has started to cause this rock, paper, scissors problem. And a big part of it is I think that they've made a lot of factions very one-dimensional, and they've made a lot of factions very, very, very thin. I mean, the fact that Dark Elder have got less data sheets than the Votan really kind of speaks volumes. I mean, there seems to be like Emperor Children, they just have no options to turn to because they're such a thin faction. In many ways, it's the same with World Eaters, right? They're such a thin faction. And I think that's why certain factions just do way better than others. Why certain factions are way less at the whims of the meta, because they have the ability to pivot. And why armies right now just fit, like I said this a little bit when the engineers and stuff came out for the Guard, when I was really salty at the end of last year. It feels like a lot of GW's like unit design philosophy, and by extension army design philosophy, is to build a unit with very short-term thinking in mind. Like, engineers are a great example of this. They're going to be good at doing grenades and mines, and we're just going to give them like one flame for a special weapon. And then when you fuck over the mines, when you fuck over the mortal wound output, they've got nothing else they can fall back on, because the only weapon options they've got are what comes on the sprue. There's no adaptability there. Does that make sense? And I feel like there's a lot of factions. I mean, 10th edition has released a lot of stuff for, as well. There's been a lot like splitting out, like Emperor Children, stuff like that. But the point is, I think that there's a lot of factions out there, and maybe over the fullness of time, they will get their second wave, like Votan got a second wave and so on and so forth. But I think there's a lot of factions out there right now, which they're just too thin. And this is what is leading to this meta of the meta, which is rock, paper, scissors. And that's my take on the 40k meta right now. So we've got the current meta, which is Ultramarines don't seem to be doing as hot. Ultramarines don't seem to be doing as hot because they've nerfed Victrix, and everyone had spec for Victrix. I think the new meta is going to be, can you kill a Katana turn? If you can't, go back to the drawing board. Can you kill a Katana every turn? 5 turns in a row. If you can, then you're alright. If you can't, you're fucked. So I think that's where the current micro meta is. But the macro meta is, it feels like there is a bit too much rock, paper, scissors going on. And a little bit of this is being covered up by the fact that hardcore tournament players are basically just practicing for a lot of sweaty teams tournaments. Yeah. That's my hot take anyway. That's my hot take. I don't think it's a perfect take. I think there will be lots of exceptions that prove the rule, or maybe lots of exceptions that disprove the rule. But I think that the 40k meta is definitely it's definitely reflecting what the game has been through in the last 3 years. And what the game has been through in the last 3 years is not only have we had lots of balance patches, but a lot of the game has often been affected by the business decisions of Games Workshop, which is like we're talking about, like the dreaded policy. And I think the meta that we're in right now, the big picture meta, is basically the end result kind of 3 years of GW enacting the policy of, if we don't make models for it, you're not getting rules for it, and then releasing factions based off that design philosophy who then don't have enough tools to start off with. I think that's what it is. I think. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think in chat. Let me know. Meta, mastering every tactic available. Mad Larkin, you brought up team tournaments. In my opinion, they need to have a completely different system of rankings and data as you get the board you want or the matchup you're better into, as long as your captain knows. It's a great point, Mad Larkin. It's a great point. How a list does in a team tournament is completely different to how a list does in a singles tournament. Very, 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 very true. Indeed. Very, very true. People, it's like terrain. It's skewed data. I agree. It's like terrain as well. You should never build a list without knowing what terrain you're going to be playing on. And you should never build a list that isn't designed for a team. You should never take a list to a team tournament that isn't designed for it. Mad Larkin, team lists do tend to promote skew lists and stat check and stuff like that. Because, you know, what if we have, Tim with his 500 guardsmen? There's going to be a matchup where they just won't be able to deal with that. So we try and get you into that every time. Yeah. Yeah. I do love how I've been like talking about the meta, and the overwhelming response in chat has been, fuck the meta. Yeah, I do think the end of edition fatigue is real. Oh, wow. It's funny, like as little as 6 months ago, people were like, Morty, do the meta again, do the meta again, do the meta again. I don't think I was actually salty. Do you know what it is, guys? I think I was just ahead of the curve. I think I was early. Like in The Big Short, where the character that Christian Bale plays is like, I'm not wrong, I'm just early. I feel like that. I feel that sounds a little arrogant, but I feel a little bit like that. Like, I wasn't wrong about everything I was shitting on GW for and complaining about 10th edition for. I just was early, early to the realizations, early to the revelations. I think a little bit. Yeah. I think a little bit. I think people are just ready for it. I think people are just ready for the next edition. Yeah. Time limited AK. Meta players try to turn games into math contests. I mean, you're not wrong. 10th edition, I will say this. Oh, I've got a slightly itchy nose. Oh. 10th edition has been the most competitive edition of 40k. During the course of 10th edition, 40k has no longer been led by the competitive scene. It has been consumed by it. Utterly consumed by it. It does not matter whether you are playing at a tournament or playing against your friends. Everyone is playing semi-competitively or above. It is like going back in time when you go to something like an old world or a bolt action event, or you just play any other game outside of 40k. It is like going back in time. When you go to like a bolt action event, or you go to like an old world event, you will have maybe the top 10, maybe 10 to 20% max of the players will be there. It was 10% when it first started. Probably about 20% now because the game's a little bit longer in the tooth, but that's fine. But about 20% of the players will be there at the top tables, battling it out for supremacy. And then the remaining 80% and below, it's just pure vibes. It's just pure fucking vibes. Like, you're almost looking at the people. You're never going to get near the top tables. You're almost looking at the top tables with, like, an air of curiosity. Like, oh, I wonder what's going on over there kind of thing. You know, if you finish your game early, you might go and wander around and see, you know, what's going on kind of thing. Yeah. It's very, very different. And that's how it used to be with 40k. Like, you know, most tournaments would be, 20% of people would be smashy, and then the other 80% would be kind of like vibes. But 40k goes through this cycle every edition where it starts off like that, and then, like, and I think it's a bit of a hard truth that maybe a lot of people, we've been having a few hard truths recently. I think 40k needs to be reset every 3 years. And I think the reason it needs to be reset is probably because of the community. Which sounds like awful. Like, I'm fucking shitting on you guys, but it's not even really meant in that way. I think people love 40k so much. They know life it to an unbelievable extent that after 3 years, they've basically, like, after 2 or 3 years, they've basically optimized the shit out of it. They've played the shit out of it. They've, you know, really, really had their fun with it. And then GW kind of needs to, like, reset the edition to reset everyone's, like, vibes again. Because basically the edition will start off of, like, 20% people being super competitive, 80% casual. And then every year that goes on, that ratio hugely changes until basically 90% of people are playing competitive, 10% of people are playing vibes, and then they reset it, and then everyone goes back to everyone is going back to playing, well just going through the finding out, you know, the discovery stage, as it were. It's a bit like in a great example of this, I often refer to it, it's a little out of date now, but a great example of this is like Helldivers 2. So Helldivers 2, the more it got played, the more people figured out the meta of Helldivers 2, which weapons were good, which weapons were bad, blah, 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 blah. You know, what weapons you brought against bugs, what weapons you brought against bots, and so on and so forth. And then they dropped the Illuminate. And the first week or first few days, you know, the Battle of Calypso, I think it was like 2 or 3 days of fighting against the Illuminate. Nobody knew what was good. And it was like, for that brief moment, the game was back in the honeymoon phase again. Literally, people were like, random bullshit, go. They're just like, whatever they could try. And then after 3 days, that's why so many people died in, you know, when the Illuminate first turned up. Because A, so many people came back into the game. And B, because nobody knew what was optimized. People were just dying left, right, instead of just trying all sorts of like wacky, crazy stuff out. And so that's how. And then, you know, obviously over time, people figured out exactly what was the Illuminate when they were first released. Basically, were like super hard to deal with. And then after a little time, people actually ended up finding the Illuminate the easiest factor to deal with, even though Arrowhead made basically no significant changes to them. In many ways, they ended up just like buffing them. And the reason is because people had just figured out what was good against them. Yeah, it turned out they had some pretty critical weaknesses. Yeah. So and 40k is a bit like that. 40k is a bit like that. You know, it starts off with a honeymoon period. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on. And then they and then they optimize. And then that's when basically GW goes, okay, boys, time to fucking reset it, get them all back onto the honeymoon period. Yeah. At least that's my conspiracy theory anyway. That's the old theory. What do we got here? We've got a couple of super chat stuff coming in. Airborne, my boy. Airborne, thank you for 13 months, man. X-Force, baby. Model and question in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Greetings, sir. There's a Colonel Schaefer that got pulled back into active duty. A fellow guard player locally, I did some commission painting in time of need. I did the only basing that felt proper for such a legend. Goblin Green and Battlefield Grass. Yes. I do have a question for you. You always say while talking about Water Bundle as all killer, no filler, but I always wonder what would you consider filler in bot action / conflict. Firstly, let's get this absolute fucking beast on the screen. Love it. Love it. It's a great question. I tend to find that MMG teams can be a little bit of filler in bot action. The only people that really want to be running them are basically Germans because of Buzzsaw. That's it. And then sometimes, like, if you get like a light anti-tank gun, so there's a couple of Soviet starter sets that got like light anti-tank guns. There's the old American Airborne set that comes like an HMG. Like HMGs are okay, but generally because they're a little expensive. Just sometimes some of the weapon teams can be a bit of filler. But the thing is, bolt action is fundamentally designed differently to Warhammer. You know, where a man with a rifle is a man with a rifle at the end of the day. So it's hard to have too much filler in something like that. You know, it's hard. I think 40k has, and I think it's always had this problem, by the way. So I don't want anyone thinking that I'm treasure. I've had good luck with HMGs and K47. Well, that's different. K47 inverts the equation. So in bolt action, anti-tank rifles, HMGs, and light AT aren't very good. And in Conflict 47, they're great. Yeah, so it's completely different. I would never go more than 2 MMGs. Greasy Cleric for any army, apart from Germans, where maybe I'd go 3, and even then, you're probably going to end up only using 2 of them. I think one issue that 40k has always had, so this is not a Mordian is shitting on 10th edition vibe. Cosmic, put the banana away. It's always had units which are trash. Like properly trash. And it's had units which have just been like, and due to, I feel like the way the game is these days, well, the game is in general, it's difficult to make a use case for just bad units. Like, it is very difficult to make the use case for the Wyvern. It is very difficult to make the use case for like the Manticore. It's very difficult to make the use case for the Priest because they're just bad. They're just fucking bad. But in a game like Bolt Action, you've got units which would be considered better or worse than others. Like perhaps you'll have maybe like a little Japanese tankette with a single MMG on it. You know, that's not great. It's just literally 3-shot MMG kind of thing. But you could probably put one in your list and get a bit of use out of it. You know, get noticeable use out of it. And the reason being is twofold. One, you know, at the end of the day, a dirt cheap armored MMG pootling around the battlefield, like point blank blasting people, can be a great bully unit. And 2, because the game just isn't played as competitively. The hard go is great. No, the hard go has 2 MMGs. It's great. Love that. But yeah, I think it basically I think in 40k they were just better and worse units. And I think it happens in every war game, but I think it seems to happen more with modern 40k because everyone's playing competitively. Whereas back in the day, if you had like a personal preference, you could run it and you would probably be fine into 90% of the opponents you played against. But then like one guy is running the best shit, so he ends up just fucking you. But that's fine because most people are just running what they own. Yeah. I think the big thing that's kind of changed with 40k is people don't just run what they own anymore. That's I think that's a huge, I think, you know, that's a biggie. That's a biggie. You know? Nobody just runs what they have. People will get what they need. That's the true change in tabletop Warhammer. Tabletop 40k. Up and down. From the bottom tables to the top tables. People don't just run what they have. They run the best they can on the budget they've got, basically. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. What do we got next? Chris K. Chris K, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. There we go. There we are. Chris K, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for your support, bro. It is and always, hey, Jedi, it is and always will be the mindset of the players. It's sort of wrong, but it's the harsh realities of an arms race. Yeah. Live to win till you die. So I had a theory. I have a theory. I think Old Hammer played today is better than Old Hammer when it was played at the time. Old Hammer, when you played 4th edition or 5th edition, during 4th edition or 5th edition, everyone was, you know, people were still trying to do what they do now. They're just playing with the best stuff that they have, but there was that less dissemination of information, but people were still trying to play the best they could, right? But if you go back to those editions now, you're going back there for a reason. Because you're trying to, you know, capture a bit of a vibe. You're trying to, relive some glory days, or you're trying to just get away from a little bit of the treadmill that is modern 40k, right? So if you're going back there, you're going back there with a different mindset. And the other people that are in that community are playing a different mindset. Like, if you, for example, if you manage to get like 4 or 5 people, or you join a little community that's got like 4 or 5, maybe a dozen people who play old Hammer, maybe just you and one other guy, then if you know something is utterly broken and you just spam it and spam it and spam it and spam it and spam it, you're not going to have anyone to play Old Hammer with after a little while. So you don't do it. Maybe you try it out once so you can all see how broken it is, have a bit of a giggle, and then go, well, I'm not going to do that again, kind of thing. You don't go back to be competitive. Exactly. Exactly. That's the mindset. You're not going back to Old Hammer to play competitively, are you? So I think going back to Old Hammer now will genuinely, it would be even more peak than it was in the day. In the day, it was pretty fucking peak. But I think it would be even better now. It's like that old, Step Brothers. Man, can you imagine if we had these when we were kids? Even better. We've got on when we're 40. Right? right? That's the difference. And I think that's what would make going back to Midhammer now better than even better than playing Midhammer at the time. Yeah. Terry, I left at the end of third and came back at the end of ninth. It was like waking up at the beginning of Fallout 4 after 200 years. That's crazy, man. I love it. I love it, bro. Nice. Commando HL, make yelling out, wow, great again. Yeah, I missed that. No one does wah anymore. You hear it a little bit when I played in America, like with the Adepticon and stuff. You hear it a little bit. If you play like in the narrative tournaments, narrative events and stuff. I don't. It's pretty annoying. Reaver, you're just wrong. It's I don't know. Maybe it's a UK thing, but I used to also find it annoying. I also used to find it annoying. And now people don't do it anymore. I miss it. I miss it. UK TC events banned it. Got yellow card last time I tried. How sad is that? Do you know why it is? Because for some reason, people think that playing war games is now cool. Like, oh, we can't do that. That's uncool. You know, bro, like, we're playing with, like, little toy orcs and stuff. It is, and I quote, disruptive to play. Fuck it, I'm moving in, Mordian. No, the UK doesn't wah. The UK doesn't wah because we all think we're too cool to do it. Yeah. Like, one person doing it is, sure, it's fine, but when you have 30 or 40, it's rough. I'm telling you, Reaver, you'll miss it. If you don't do it already, you will do. Yeah. It is a little cringe, and it is a little embarrassing. It is a little, like, you know, uncool, but it's great. Like, people take Warhammer too seriously these days. If there was an equivalent of wiring in K-47, I would do it. Yeah, Ursine Fury. Well, there is with the Soviets. Yeah, okay. Or if you're playing bolt action and you call a Banzai, you have to go Banzai and then like do it. Yeah, man, you've got to do it. Yeah, you've got to do it. Yeah. Banzai! Yeah. It's got to be done. More if you missed it, get the orcs out and do it in a tournament report. No balls. Bro, you literally get yellow carded for doing it in the UK now, as Beanspud said. They literally tournament organized wiring out of events in the UK. Just scream, I'm busted when you roll a surging with dice. I'm busted! Yeah. I think you've got to do it at like a meaningful moment. Tell the TO to fuck off, and then it's a red card. Be the change you want to see, man. Yeah. Be the change you want to see. I tell you what I want to see. Who wants to see the new plastic Totenkorp 3 months early? Or two and a half months early. Who wants to see him? I know I want to see him. Let's have a look. There we go. All right. So, big, one minute, let me get the camera sorted. Big shout out to Warlord Games for sending me the new Totenkorp very, very early. And I'm just going to warn you all now. It's Cosmic's worms here. I'm going to worm you all now. I'm going to warn you all now. There is going to be some serious glazing and ball washing going on. But I assure all of you, it is very, very well deserved. Very, very, very well deserved. So, here we have the new Totenkorp. So, these are the ones that are going to come out as part of Festung Europa. Trying to get the whole thing on camera there. These are ones that are going to come out as part of Festung Europa. And they're all plastic. First thing to mention, they're all plastic. Second thing to mention is you get 15 per sprue. Wow. So you get a lot per sprue. I'm going to say this right now. You guys know I have a real hard-on for sprue ergonomics. This is grade A, 24 carat, or whatever the highest carat is. Pure gold, not gold plated, gold sprue ergonomics. The fact that you get so many minis on one sprue, and you get more than enough. You get more bits than you can use on one sprue. And the fact that it's incredibly, incredibly well laid out and coherent is mental. And there is basically zero mold lines. Very hot topic at the moment. Very hot topic with what's been going on with the Ultramarines. Zero mold lines. You will spend more time looking for the mold lines than actually scraping the mold lines off. Okay, and I know I have a very, 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 very high tolerance for mold lines. But even I was looking at these like, fuck it out. Is that I genuinely couldn't tell if it was a mold line or if it was a crease in the cloth, like in the uniform and stuff, right? That's how subtle these mold lines are. But you just get so much stuff. Like, this zombie, these two arms. This zombie, these two arms. Now, the thing is, here's the thing. I've said, like, you know, this zombie has these two arms with him. This zombie has these two arms with him. Every single bit on this sprue is interchangeable. If you want to take this zombie and combine it with the arms down here, you can do that. If you want to take this fucking Firefly backpack, wherever it is, and put it on a non-Firefly model, you can do that. Literally. You can. Okay, to be fair, you probably could have put it on the back of the Schwer Trooper. But other than that, it's basically fully compatible. You could actually take, if you wanted to, here's a hot take. You could buy a box of these and then buy a box of bolt action infantry, and you could make 60 zombies from those two boxes. Because these arms here fit on any bolt action infantry. Because the connection points, if you look, if you look, the connection points are just flat. Can you see that? It's just flat. It's not like half the arm sticking out and then you've got to connect the specific arm to that point and all that kind of stuff. So within the sprue itself, you've got massive repeatability, because when I say repeatability, I don't mean like repeatability of pose. I mean repeatability of like purchase before you get more than one pose, before you get duplicity of poses. Because, you know, this body can go with these arms go with this body. So within this, you can basically make sure you buy a box of 30 of these, you're going to have 30 different looking zombies, basically. Even with the power armored arms, the powered arms aren't that armored. See, there's a little armored plate on it. You could take that power armor arm and put it on this basic zombie here, if you wanted to. You could take this power armor body and give him two of the little meat stump arms if you wanted to. You don't have to have that. Yeah, literally, all the arms fit on all the different bodies. So not only do you have the ability to avoid duplicating poses within the sprue, within the the box, you can get 2 of these sprues in a box. Not only do you have that, but if you got a box of 30 bolt action infantry, you could take the arms from that bolt action infantry and put them on these models, and then take these arms and these heads and put them on the bolt action infantry. And that would allow you to basically get a whole bunch of zombies. Because you can have a bunch of because these guys have all the messed up bodies, right? With like the bullet holes and the fucked up like manky legs and all that kind of stuff. And they could be like holding the weapons. And we've got examples of Totenkorp which do bring their weapons along with them. Like this guy's got like an MP40. So you can have a bunch of zombie troopers that look like they're still holding on to their weapons in death. And then have a bunch of troopers with normal bodies but fucked up heads and fucked up arms that that would work as well. So you could actually completely interchange them if you wanted to. So if you wanted to get more zombies, to be fair, I don't know. To be fair though, you don't really need to, because you get 50, you get 30 of these guys, 30 zombies, for the price of 30 bolt action infantry. So you're not even really making your kits go further. It's not like you got 15 of these and then you're buying 30 bolt action infantry. You end up with like 45 rather than 30. Does that make sense? It's not even really a case of that. It's simply a case of you could do that if you wanted to basically turn some British infantry into some Totenkorp. If you wanted to do that, for example. So, like I said, you don't really need to do it from a money point of view. You can literally just do it from a kit bashing point of view if you wanted to. So they're very, very good in terms of ergonomics. All the parts are really, really nicely laid out. Obviously, you can see the models are very nicely detailed as well. The models, Warlord Games, really, really, really stepping up in terms of their model quality. All the different battle damage, like this guy's like ankles snapping off here. This guy's got like emaciated legs. There's bullets. There's guts sticking out. All the details on these models are fantastic. I will say this: the details on these models, obviously considering they can't have like skulls and shit on them because it's still semi-realistic. Like you can't just add a bunch of erroneous detail like you can in 40k. Like, you can't have the detail bloat. But considering the details, I would say these models are on par with GW. In fact, considering the lack of mold lines, I'd say these models are actually better than GW. And that's a fucking bold statement. That's going to come across as cope. I know. But, I mean, it just isn't, guys. Like, all the buttons, the creases in the uniforms, the guts hanging out. I mean, look at the detail on. I mean, see if I can get the detail. It might not work because you know what fucking autofocus is like. But let's see if I can get you some details. Right. Let's see if we can get this to work. So, look at like the guts, the details on like the intestines of that guy like spilling out. Like you can see the 2 different kinds of like intestine like spilling out and all that kind of good stuff. It's really good. Different bullet holes in the cloth. The guy that's like been split open and there's like all the gloopy gore on the inside, all that kind of stuff. The snapped ankle guy is probably my favorite. Like the fact that there's a bit of bone sticking out of the ankle. It's really, really good. And like you can see like it's not just like exposed flesh. Like if you look at the old Totenkorp, they're basically just like bullet holes in them, right? But there's not like exposed bone or anything like that. Like this guy's skull is just like, it's just a hole on the side of the skull, right? But these ones, the deeper the wound, the more bone you see. Bob is right here. So you can see Bob has actually got a hole. Look at that. There's actually a hole through Bob where you can see his spine. Like that's a gap, and then his spine, and then a gap. There's like meat, and then you can see his spine through the side. And the spine is detailed on both sides. So there's like ridges on the inside of the spine here, and there's ridges on the bit which is more exposed. Like it's not just like, oh, it's like a random tube that's like his spine. Like it's actually like detailed spinal column on both sides. So these models are really, really, really good. Let me take the autofocus off again. 1 second, because you know what it's like. Okay. Right. So these models are they're really detailed. They're really laid out. They're pretty fucking affordable. You know, for 30 of these guys, if you were to get these guys are basically, for 30 of them, it's basically half price over GW. Because 30 Poxwalkers are £25 each for 10. So 30 of them is £75. 30 of these guys is £37. So literally like half price and and an extra pound saved. So these are really, really good. And the sprue ergonomics, like I said, are really, really nicely laid out. Like you can build these guys. You can build these guys in like a minute. Like if you look, like literally snip. I'm doing this on camera as well, so it's a little more awkward. But snip, snip, snip. No, I didn't actually snip that bit there, lol. There you go. That's that bit there. Let's take a head off here. Let's go. This guy's got a pretty manky. This guy's got a really manky face. Let's go for this motherfucker. Manky face bastard there. Oh yeah, the arms. We'll literally just go for the 2 arms that are adjacent to that model. Twist it off. You can clip them off, but they're so nicely connected. You can literally just twist them off like that. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to need to get a base for them. I've got a spare one here. Give me a second. There we go. Base is there. That's all the parts you need for the model. That's all the parts you need. It's 5 parts per model, including the base. That's it. Cleanup, like I said, super easy. There's very little mold lines. Even mold line purists would probably be a little be a little struggling to find parts that need tidying up in terms of mold lines. I'm just taking off the little tags for when I twizzled the arms off the sprues. There you go. Always got to check the the connection points. Scrape them down a bit. Scrape them down a bit. Like there's a mold line. Like technically, I think it's down there, but it's so fucking subtle. I think you would spend more time looking for them than actually getting than actually finding them. Boom, 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 boom. Job done. Let's bust out the glue. Good old Tamiya cement. Bang this guy's body on the base. Let it set there a little bit. Bosh, nicely done. Glue on one arm. Glue on the next arm. Glue on the head. Let me just be careful with this bit because obviously it's still, I'm doing this quite quickly. First arm on there. I knew that was going to happen. We'll glue him back on the base in a second. I should have done his arms first and then done his feet at the end. Bang, bang. Done. And then we'll try him back on here. That's probably a bit too much glue, to be fair. And look, there you go. That's your Totenkorp built. Yeah. Oh, distribution, breakdown of how many models you get on the sprue. You get 2 of the zombie Schwertrooper and 1 of the zombie Fireflies. And in total, you get 8 of the Axis zombies and you get 7 of the American ones. So if you were buying, like, truth moment, if you were buying these if you're an Axis and Japanese player, these zombies are insane. Because you could literally buy, like, one box of these and get 16 Totenkorp and 14 Shibito out of them. If you had 2 boxes of them, 28 Shibito is plenty. 30 Totenkorp is great. Yeah. Yeah. They're really good. And here's the thing, like, I genuinely have 0 complaints. I'm not, look, and let me be, it's really, obviously it's difficult because, I spend a lot of time shitting on GW and then praising Warlord, and I understand that comes across, right, as me basically just, like, glazing over Warlord and all that kind of stuff. Like, not even slightly. If I had problems with this kit, I would tell you what those problems were. I literally have a video coming out on Wednesday going through how to build the Brit robots, because they're so awful to build that people are having, like, there's so many horror stories with them that I'm basically making a video to try and help people avoid the horror. Okay? And I'm not flattering in that video. I'm like, these are shit, and when the plastic ones come out, all these problems will go away. But in the meantime, here's a video to help you out. Right? And this is literally the robot that I built as part of that video. And basically the trick is use milliput, right? So, like, I am being fully transparent with these zombies, okay? I will never, I don't get paid by Warlord. I treat every game company the same. If they do good shit, I give them praise. If they do bad shit, I shit on them, all right? And at the end of the day, I actually genuinely have 0 complaints about this kit. The poses are good. The detail is good. The customization is good. The price is good. You buy 30 Totenkorp, that's 21 points model. That's 630 points of infantry contained in one box. I think that's right. Check my maths on that, guys, but I think that's right. That's pretty fucking good. More than a third of your list contained in one box. Yeah. So I'm not glazing these. Oh, and the big question, of course, because I'm not glazing these mindlessly. If I had problems with these kits, if there were like little idiosyncrasies that I needed to point out and give you guys like the heads up on, like, oh, be careful of this bit, it's a bit dog shit, so on and so forth, I would tell you. Like, I've been critical of the Mark 1 robots. I said it was a bit disappointing that when they made them in resin, they didn't do the connection points better. I've been very, very, like, honest all throughout this process. And so, hopefully that's come across. Because I don't want to say something that then it's not true, because that just shatters all trust, right? But the big thing I would say, which obviously going to be very important to a lot of people, is the scale with the old Totenkorp. And they look good, boys. They look good. So, obviously the old Totenkorp are on these little raised up little metal bits. But even taking that into account, you can see that they're the same height. Now, obviously, this guy hasn't got a helmet on. This guy has. So he might come across as a little taller. But they're basically the same scale. If we put them side by side, take into account the metal island, they're the same height. And obviously, bear in mind, this guy's missing an arm. But they're the same height, same scale. There's no primarsification or anything like that. You put them, literally, mix a squad of these together. Like that. And you can just see top down, they're all the same size. Literally, I mean, this guy's the best example, and this guy's the best example, because you can see, like, this guy's not got a helmet on, so from top down, he looks a little more narrow. But you can see, literally, this guy and this guy, look at this, just the same size. There's no primarification. This guy's missing an arm, this guy's missing an arm. This guy's got a helmet, this guy's got a helmet. This guy's arm sticking out a bit, this guy's arm sticking out a bit. Literally, there's no issues whatsoever between these. And that's up close on the camera. You can imagine from 2 feet away, they're going to look like literally indiscernible. So if you've got a bunch of the old ones, like I do, and you're going to get a bunch of the new ones like I am, then you don't need to worry because they're going to basically just mix. You're just going to mix them together and not notice any difference. Yeah, because the old ones are actually really nicely detailed, like with all the bullet holes in them. The old ones are really nicely detailed, and so the old ones, even though they're metal models, they keep up in terms of detail. Yeah, I will say one thing though. I've just noticed it now. The new Totenkorp, they look, so it depends on which ones, but some of them don't look quite as like bullet riddled as the old ones. Like if you look at this guy, he has literally been lit the fuck up. Like there's bullet holes all the way up his body. Every single one of those like red patches is a bullet hole, and some of them have gone like through and through. Like he's absolutely been hosed down by like a 30 cal machine gun or something, and he's still going. Whereas you look at this guy, and he's got like 3 bullet holes across his chest, bang, 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 and like 1 in the leg. So it feels like, the old ones, what it looks like, the vibe I'm getting is these ones look like freshly raised. Like, the wounds that they have on them are the wounds that killed them originally, when they were human. But these ones look a little bit more like the wounds that are on them are the wounds that they have sustained since being Totenkorp. So these ones, like, this guy didn't get lit the fuck up and then he got turned into a Totenkorp. This guy took a couple of shots, died. They brought him back and he's like been lit the fuck up since he's become a Totenkorp. Yeah. So that's a cool little distinction between the models. This guy is particularly riddled, by the way. If you look over at this one, he's got nowhere near as many bullet holes on him. So he's still got a lot, but nowhere near as many. So I think it does vary from model to model, to be fair. And I think it probably varies a little bit within the Totenkorp themselves. I mean, this guy looks pretty mashed up. This guy looks pretty mashed up. Obviously, Bob looks pretty mashed up. The guy that's been literally like split open, I think it's by one of the recruiting mechs. It's like, psh, there you go. But yeah, like, I think some of them look more fucked up than others, don't get me wrong. But overall, I definitely feel like some of the older Totenkorp models look a little bit more bullet riddled than the new ones. But mixing them in side by side, you literally won't be able to tell the difference. They're completely compatible with the old ones. There you go, completely compatible. There you are. There you are, man. Woodham, great to see you, man. This guy wasted no time. Dude, my video for tomorrow is already recorded, and I've already got the full deep dive review. This is a preview for tomorrow's video. There you are. Beansbud, which starter ammo box is better in your mind for model quality and playability? I'd get the new Totenkorp one, truth be told. I think if you're... Hang on, I need to redo the glue on this, guys. Is that the one I've just done? Yeah, it is. Let me just... I've nudged him a little bit. Let me just do that. There we go. Dicking around the models when the glue's not fully set. I'd get the new Totenkorp one, to be honest. It's a little specialist, because obviously it's like you're collecting the zombie army. But it's the best bang for buck. You're probably getting close to 1,500 points with that one box alone. That box plus Style Trooper... A box of Style Trooping is pretty legit-y, to be honest. And that would be a basically pure plastic army as well. I think the only non-plastic bits would be the three Totenrotter commanders, and they would be in Warlord resin. And you can see Warlord resin is literally like, this guy was 2 pieces. Everything but the arms came as 1 piece. So you stick him on, stick the arms on, then you're done. Yeah. So yeah, I'd say the new Totenrotter army is probably the best one right now. It's worth mentioning though, obviously it's quite niche. So you are basically going to collect it and have a play style. But that's fine because you get the army, you learn on that play style, and then basically you kind of build off it So because I know what we all know. We all know what Warhammer slash table, slash wargamers are like, right? So you're going to start off with one playstyle in mind and then be like, okay, well, now I want to try all flavors of the rainbow. So I'm going to try and buy a whole bunch of different things for my Axis army and explore the different things that the faction has to offer. So it's a great way of learning the game. And it's a great jumping off point if you want to, in the future, not run more zombies kind of thing. Because you can basically take a few zombies out each time and put something else in until you get to the point where the zombies are a support element, not your entire army. Or if you just want to play one way and you like the way to play and they're a little bit, and you want to just stick with one vibe, then you can do that as well. Yeah. Hey, did that fucking tab just stop me from pre-ordering? It's worth mentioning you will, if you sign up to Warlord, so if you make an account, you will get the 10% tariff back as a voucher. So next time you buy, you'll have that money on your account, basically. So you don't really, you spend the tariff, but if you then buy something afterwards, you're basically not spending the tariff. Yeah. So it's worth mentioning in case that changes your mind. Yeah. But yeah, new Totenkorp, sick as fuck, boys. Sick as fuck. Probably going to get these. I mean, the fact that the crazy thing is, I'm there looking at this. Where have I put it? Where the fuck did I put it? There you go. The crazy thing is I had a thought myself just then. I was like, well, I've only got like 6 extra Totenkorp from the sprue. I've got 15. Normally you get 6 Totenkorp on a sprue. And now, this one free sprue that Warlord has sent me is 15 Totenkorp. 15. I'm going to build 8 of them for my Axis, and I'll have 40 Totenkorp by the time I'm done. And then the other 7, the American ones, are going to go over to my Japanese as Shibito. So, yeah, there you go. What's better value for money? 1 new Defiler or 100 Totenkorp? I mean, funny, you can't actually... I mean, you can use 100 Totenkorp, I suppose. So I would genuinely... I would get the 100 Totenkorp. And the reason why I would is because you're not going to get 100 for 1. You're going to get 90, right? You're going to get like 3 boxes. I mean, to be fair, I don't think the new Defiler is going to be... I know I'm taking the joke too seriously with it, but I don't think the new Defiler is going to be over £100. I think the new Defiler is going to be like 70 quid. £120 calling it now? No way. Wait, you'd bet money on it? Can I ask, is this based on some rumors, or is this based on a guess? Because if it's based on rumors, then that is pretty mental. Oh my god. If they make it 120 quid, they'll have to make it like pure speculation from the Varak team based on the models, base size, and their other products. If they make it 120 quid, they'll have to make it like a Lord of Skulls. Right? It'll have to go from being just like a medium to heavy walker to being a Lord of War, surely. Right? Which would be a hell of a change up in its battlefield role. Like a Chaos Knight, but not. Tenor, it's 3 figures. Ah. All right, I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. All right, you heard it here first, chat. Mark the Officer of the Watch, mark the time and date. You bet it's 3 figures. I'll bet it's not. I bet it's under £100. All right, there you go. You say it's 3 figures. Even if I lose, it's fine, you know. There you go. I think I'm betting against the house. You know, like I think I'm betting against, you know, the team that has literally infiltrated every layer of GW's corporate society and knows, you know, the release of things literally 6 months in advance. So I'm pretty certain I've lost this bet, but I'll fucking take that bet. You're betting it's going to be 3 figures. You're betting it's £100 or more. I'm betting it's under £100. This is coming from Team 11th edition being close to 200. Do you mean the starter box? How much was Leviathan? £150. £150 to Leviathan 3 years ago. Yeah, it'll be 200. Yeah, it'll be 200. Yeah, no doubt. What Saturnine? To be fair, what's Saturnine at? Saturnine's 200. Yeah, it'll be 200. Easy. Easy 200. Yeah, yeah. New Defiler. Oh, I figured the New Defiler was going to be... I figured it'll be about the cost of a Repulsor Executioner, I think in £71, £72. How much is the Repulsor these days? £71.50. But I'm just gonna say under 3 figures. Yeah. All right. Well, Woodham, come when the price is released. Come collect your money. All right. I'll send it you via PayPal. Unless you want it in cold hard cash, then I'll give you a tenner next time I see you. I'll give you a whichever you prefer. Whichever you prefer. If it's 99.99, we'll call it a draw. There you go. How about that? How about that? If it's 99.99 or 99.50, I'll even give you a draw. All right? It's a gentleman's bet, sir. It's a gentleman's bet. You know. I'll give, because that's basically 3 figures, right? It's, you know, basically. But if it's 99 or below, yeah. Should we make a poll? What does chat think it's going to be? That's a great question. What will the price of the new Defiler be? Under £100. Over £100. There you go. Titan size, Titan prices. Is it Titan sized? It's crazy if it is, man. Crazy if it is. Yeah. I've got some super chats coming in here. I need to make sure I'm saying my thank yous here. Let's have a look. So I want to say, I said a big thank you to Chris K. The Red Scout, 39 months, Triple X Force, baby. Yes. Yes. There we go, man. There we go. Red Scout, been a while since I caught a stream. Dude, great to have you back, man. I hope you're doing all right, bro. Amazing. Thank you, man. We've also got Glenn Lee coming in with not 1, not 2, but 20 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill anything more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. We get you. There we go, man. Glenn Lee, very, very generous support there. Thank you very much for your big, big drop of new conscripts. Thank you, sir, for more than doing your part. I raise my glass to you, buddy. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, sir. We've got the Blackstone Chapter Master, Val memes and memes in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Speaking of Val, it is Blackstone Chapter Master's turned up with the memes for him. Let's have a look. Right first, the YouTuber named Game Riot doesn't do anything bad with dogs. It's just an inside joke in the Val community. No, I heard he bums dogs. The boys in here can explain more and work out. Anyway, enjoy. I prefer the real Valrak. That's Daka. Perfection. Brilliant. You owe me 50 members. Cough it up, shit ass. One more time. What is the problem again? Mr. Valga's chat keeps saying I bum dogs. What can I say? It's true. Time for a second house fire. I mean, it was more of a shed fire, I believe. There we go. Fuck's sake. The NCR is a horribly mismanaged bureaucracy that causes more problems than it fixes. Its citizens are left on their own to fall into poverty and degeneracy. They turn to alcohol, drugs, and prostitution. The Legion, on the other hand, demands the best of their people. The Legion is strong and will unite for a better wasteland without having to worry about dissenters. The NCR is too much like the pre-war and will fall like the pre-war. The fucking crucifixion. Fucking love it, man. That's great. That is a good one. Jesus, man. That's grim. Wait, is it a fish head bong? Jesus, man. Fucking hell. I hope that fish was dead when he did that. All right. All right. There we go. There we are. What do we got next? We've got Chris K. Chris K, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Become the shill. Summon the Doom Turtle. Bro, if you want a Doom Turtle in your army, just get a Mao. Get a Mao and just run it in your American army. That's it. You're good. You can do it. You can absolutely homebrew the Doom Turtle in about 5 minutes in bot action /K47. 158. Thank you so much for the 5 months, man. K47 Kit Bash in stream discussion. Thanks for everything, Mordium. Dude, it's my pleasure, man. Let's have a look. Fun kit bash I did for K47. A gas mask ATRD rifle squad with M3 SMGs. Hey! That looks pretty cool, man. I've been loving the head swaps people have been doing with the Fireflies and... Well, I haven't actually seen this one before. With the Style Trooper and the Grenadiers, yeah. But these guys look awesome as well, man. Cool. Very, 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 very fucking cool, bro. Love that. And we've got Zeb Taylor. Thank you for super chat, man. My K47 so far in stream discussion. Here we go. It's all happening in stream discussion. It's all happening. By 1947, the new Argentina of Juan Perón had transformed into a regional power from a regional power into the spearhead of the Green Vault's occult ambitions in the Southern Hemisphere. Following the 1943 coup, the importation of Riftech and the arrival of German advisors from the Dresden Project fueled a rapid, aggressive expansion. In a whirlwind campaign of Steel and Sun, Argentine forces annexed the Falkland... Right, where is he? I need to ban him. Where is he? Right, 1 minute. Where are you? Right, 1 minute. Sorry, Zeb, but it's time for you to leave. He only timed him out for 10 seconds. Literally just for 10 seconds. Worth it, though. There we are. Absolutely worth it. At least they call them the Falklands and not the fucking Maldinas or whatever they fucking call them. Anyway. All right, hopefully he's back in the stream now. I don't want to ban him. I didn't want to ban him for too long. Anyway, going back. I'll stop being silly now. The Falklands, Chile, and the neighboring republics, driven by fanatical legionnaires de Sol. However, the dream of a unified Axis South America hit a wall of fire at the São Francisco River. Here, the Brazilian jungle has become a graveyard of machinery. An influx of American Tesla tech and GI reinforcements has turned the river into a churning red border. Now, under the sweltering heat of Operación Sol de Sangre, Commandant Martin Elmatillo Baumgartner prepares his grit-hardened Granderos de la Patria. I hope I'm not totally fucking it up. For a final scorched earth crossing, intent on breaking the Yanquai line and cementing the Green Vault's dominion over the New World. Hey, look at this, bro. It looked great. It looks great. Absolutely. 10 out of 10, Zev. I was only busting your balls before. Very, very cool concept for an army. Like, the Axis influencing, like, the Southern Hemisphere, using it as a... Southern South America, using it as a way of, like, trying to attack America from the South. Kind of reminds me of, like, is it the Zimmerman telegram in World War I and all that kind of stuff? Oh, and you've got the American forces as well. Cool. So you've actually got the Brazilian, and you've got the Argentine forces. Very, very, very fucking cool, man. Love this mech. No idea where it's from, but love that mech. Love the Hanamags, the Vogelspinner, the cavalry. Very, very cool. All of course in the Argentine colors. Absolutely fantastic. See some more guys back here as well. Really, really. Yeah, the mustache is brilliant. Yeah. And I really like the Brazilian forces as well. Very, 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 very cool. Two genuinely inspired forces with some proper good fucking lore. Proper good fucking lore. There we go. That's great. That's great. I'm not so happy about the Falkland Islands getting annexed. But I'm only really teasing more than anything else. There we go. All right. Wait, Cosmic's here. I was going to build some more zombies, but if Cosmic's here, give me a second. Cosmic, thank you for Super Chat, man. The final song of the first Octopus album this week. Oh, so it's not out yet. It's not out yet. That's okay. Takes time. You know, it takes time to for these things to cook and bake in the little easy oven, in the slow cooker, as it were. So I take your time, Cosmic. Take your time. There you are. What do we got? What do we got here? Cromwell, you've introduced me to K47. I'll be getting some access next month. Super excited, dude. Conflict 47 is great. Conflict is great. Look, I love wanking off games like Old World. Don't get me wrong, but I just love Conflict 47. I love Old World, but I love Conflict. It's just like totally like new ground. No one knows what the fuck is good, what the fuck is bad. Every time someone thinks they found something that's busted, someone finds the counter to it. The game's not perfectly balanced, but it's in that beautiful honeymoon stage. And it's in that honeymoon stage, and because it's not a video game, I feel like it's going to take a little while for people to like find all the good bits. So I think it's going to be like Old World. It's going to be in the honeymoon for a little while, and it's great. And it's really, really, I have to say, it's really taken off as a game. I keep seeing more and more and more people getting into the game, and I keep seeing more and more people clamoring to know more about the game, more content. Like I've never had. Oh, well, to be fair, other than Old World, I've not had. And even then, you know what? Old World took a long time for me to build on this channel. It did. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved it, but it took me a long time to build it on this channel. Whereas Conflict has just instantly taken off, instantly, and like people would genuinely be like happy with me doing like Conflict videos like multiple times a week, which is kind of bonkers. Yeah, it's kind of bonkers. I wonder if I've got the spare bases for these guys. Actually, I've got 15 blokes, but I don't know if I've got 15 spare bases, to be fair. So I'll have a look to see if I've got any spare bases, and if I do, then I'll build the rest of these zombies, and if I don't, well, then we'll leave it. Yeah, there we go. Give me a second. So it turns out I have a few spare bases. Bam. Bam. I have a lot of spare bases. Alright, let's chuck some zombies on some bases. And then let's see. Yeah, but it's a good excuse to build a bunch of these models on stream. I honestly don't think it'll take me very long to build the remaining 12 zombies. I mean, I'm talking like, I reckon I can get them done in less than 20 minutes, even doing things like super chats and stuff. Yeah, like they seem super super easy to build. There we go, 4 bases. Da, 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 da. Nice way to end the stream as well, with a bit of conflict hobbying as well, right? There we go. Done, done, done. Very nice. And then let's just, you know what? Because all the parts are interchangeable, I'm just going to trim them all out. Because I don't need to worry about having the right arms go with the right models. I mean, the only ones I'll try and line up are the power armored ones. But other than that. Bob obviously doesn't need any arms either. He just lies there on the ground like an absolute mentalist. I don't think it matters on whether I've got the different uniforms. I don't think so at all. Don't think you can really tell the difference between a zombified American arm and a zombified German arm. Oh, dropped a bit. There we go. See this gaming. So excited to start my K-Fox experience. Your battle port sold immediately. Building my Brits now. Yes. Yeah, I actually have. If you're struck, by the way, Sneezy, if you're struggling with the Brit Mark 1 robots, I actually have a video coming out on Wednesday that might help help you with them. So give them a go, obviously, but they're a bit annoying and a bit tricky. But if you end up needing a hand with them, keep an eye out on Wednesday. And I'll have a video that comes out then. The only thing you might need in preparation for that video would be some milliput. But as long as you've got that or some green stuff or something, you'll be all right. All right. There we go. These are the more specialist zombies with the power armor and whatnot. And there we go. Boom, boom. Power armor arm number 1. Power armor arm number 2. Power armor arm number 3. And do we even have a third power armor? Or has that guy's arm been blown off? It's been blown off. There we go. Very easy. We'll go for the Firefly with the knife. We'll go. Well, we'll just, you know what? We'll just trim all the arms off. And then we can figure out which ones we want to go on which side. Got the little meat stump arms and you've got the proper arms. That one needs a little snip. Because remember, any of the arms can go on any of the bodies. Oh, shit me. Unless you drop it on the floor, and then it can't go on the body. But fortunately, I think I've got some spare arms, so we'll be alright. But I know we get some spare arms, so I'm not going to worry about it.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Okay, boom, 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 boom. All the arms. Good. Heads, we're going to need zombie firefly head, of course. Of course, that can go over there. Zombie American head, let's go for 1, 2, 3, 4. You need 7 of them, so that's 4. And then we'll go for this guy's brain, who is exposed. 5. This guy's got a messed up face. 6. That guy's got a fairly normal face. We'll go for the fucked up airborne guy with his fucked up mohawk. That's kind of cool. And then for the Germans, we've got 5 more. Well, we need the 2 power armor head guys, right? 1. And then 2. And then that guy's pretty fucked up. 3. That guy's just got an injured head. He doesn't actually look dead. That guy's pretty fucked up. 4. That guy got a tiny head. That's hilarious. 5. Okay, cool. Alright, all the bits done. Let's have a look. Bit of cleaning up to do, I think. So, just checking the backs of the models. That must have had another connection point other than that. Yeah, it did. There we go. Done. I've nipped some of these off very neatly. Very happy with how I managed to do it. This guy's a fucking American model. Yeah, American. This guy looks like an American, looks like an airborne trooper. There we go, done. Then the Firefly, and we've got 2 more. I think this guy is an American. Yeah. zombie Americans resurrected to fight for their enemies. That's 5. There should be one more. This one. Here we go. And then we've got Bob, which needs very little cleanup, to be fair, because he's got no arms or legs. He's just rolling around on the ground like, I'm the Black Knight. Done. Done. And then to find with these models, you want to be looking at the backs of the necks and the sprues for the connection points. Power armor zombie bastard. Power armor zombie bastard. So I'm doing some batch assembly here to give you an idea of how quick it is to build all of these models. So we're not skipping any stages. You can see we're tidying everything up properly. There we go. Let's tidy up the arms now. Well, tidy up the heads. They're super easy. They've just got one connection point at the bottom there. So that's the American head, I think. No, German head. 1. German head. 2. German head 3. German head 4. German head 5. Power and body sorted. American head. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. I got 1. Is that? I had 1 too many. That's fine. Can't complain. Cool. Arms. Powered arm 1. Powered armored arm 2. You get an idea of the direction Warlord's going to take the new Schwertruppen as well. Really, really cool looking at the power armor design. And then we've got Firefly's already been tidied up. That's fine. His backpack. Done. There. There. And there. Cool. And so Firefly arm. Right, let's do the. We're actually. It sounds crazy. All of this prep is gonna sound like it's taken ages, and then suddenly, it's all gonna be done, and the models are just gonna build in about a second. I swear you could build this entire sprue of 15 models in like 20 minutes. Now, bear in mind, I'm doing this on stream, which always takes a little bit longer because you're distracted, keeping an eye on stream and super chats and so on and so forth. But also bear in mind, like, I've already done 3 of the models as well. So if I can get 15, if I can build each model in about 2 minutes with no instructions, I think that's a pretty big fucking testament to how easy it is to build these models. Yeah, because bear in mind, I've had no instructions. I've seen no instructions for these. I've just literally took all the parts off the sprues, and now I'm building. And if you really were being cheeky about this as well, you could not even do any of this cleanup, because any erroneous details, you know what that is? That's just tattered uniform. That's just a bit of scrap of flesh, because they're Totenkorp, which I know is very, very cheeky, but if you're a super lazy hobbyist like me, it is an option. One that will get you much derided and lambasted by the community, but it is an option. I can't even find the connection point on that. There you go. Okay, done. Bases. Can't have any knobbly bits on the bases. Bing, bang, boom. There we are. Flying through these now. Flying through them. The prep, I guarantee you, will take longer than the build. If I can get these built and primed tomorrow, you know what that means? Painting them on Thursday. Painting them on Wednesday, Thursday. That might be kind of cool, right? Okay. All prep is done. All prep. So, my instinct is we get these all glued onto the bases first. And then that'll give us a stable platform for the arms. One. Can't trust a model with no mold lines. Well, then unfortunately you can't trust any of these models because they've got fuck all mold lines. Sorry, the quality is just too damn high. Those old skellies got mold lines you can trust. I really, even though I know I should 3D print them, I'm really tempted to not 3D print the Tomb King army, just because I want to get all of the skellies, and I kind of want to support Old World as well. Like, Old World deserves support. Like, I only 3D printed my Empire because they literally didn't sell Empire models at the time. Yeah, the old skellies are cheap. It sounds crazy. My biggest fear with Old World is they start removing all the old models. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me on that. A lot of people are like, no, Morty, we need new models. I'm just like, the more they update the game, as crazy it sounds, the more they update the game, I think the worse it's going to become. And that sounds like a really bitter, jaded take, and I don't like being like that. But I do. I think Old World, it has a very unique vibe and feel to it. And the more they fuck with that vibe and feel, the less it's going to become like Old World. Eventually, Old World will become New World, and I feel in the fullness of time, I will be proven correct that sticking with the old models would have been better, because that is the charm of the game. Because so many people are fucked off with modern GW, right? So many people are fucked off with modern GW that the more modern GWs, that Old World is kind of seen as, even though it's within the GW bubble, Old World is kind of seen as that chance, that opportunity to go back to the old ways. Even if you never had the old ways, you've heard of the old ways. And Old World is kind of that chance for people to go back and experience it. And the more that GW takes that feeling away and puts their fucking fingers on it, the more the game will lose, frankly, what made it. It's a hot take. It's a hot, steamy take. I don't know if anyone's going to agree with me, but there you are. Oh, shit. Right. Anyway, so those bits are there. Let's glue some fucking arms on here. What do I think of Joel? What do I think of Death Rider spam? I wouldn't spam them. Death Riders are a very efficient utility unit. They're not really a spam brute force kind of unit. So having like 2 or 3 5-man squads of them is more than enough. The only time you'd spam them is if you wanted to go down a really themed, like heavy cavalry heavy list. And the truth is, mate, you'd buy 30 Rough Riders first, and then you'd buy 30 Death Riders. All right. So, but remember, dude, and if I could give you any advice at all, it would be patient, because you know what, man, 11th edition coming out in a matter of months. It's not far away at all, right? And in that edition, Death Rider spam could be OP, could be super, super good, really, really good. But we just don't know. Everything could be completely and utterly shaken up and changed. So the best thing you can do, man, is not pull the trigger on any kind of like super niche army, because you do not know how the game is going to change. Like, I'll give you an example, man. At the end of 9th edition, because all the rumors were saying that, that 10th was going to be like an extension of 9th and all this kind of stuff. And at the end of 9th edition, I bought something like 240 termagants. I was like, I'm going to do like a full, like, Tyranid Swarm army. And the new edition came out and changed the max size of termagant units from 30 down to 20. So suddenly I had basically a third of all the termagants that I'd built unable to use them. And for 37 years, termagants have been taken in 30-man bricks. There was no indication they were going to suddenly cut them down by a third. No indication. There's no hint. There's no reason. There's no rhyme to it. They just did. So my advice strongly, mate, is don't buy anything super niche until the new editions come out. Yeah. Sorry to be a party pooper, and sorry to be Mr. Sensible, But I figured you'd rather I was Mr. Sensible than I told you to go out and buy a bunch of shit, which then ended up sitting on boxes, right? I'd always be honest with you, man. Even if sometimes it's not what you want to hear, I'd always be honest with you. There we go. Or Cult are just losing their guns. Yeah, exactly. Cult are just losing the ability to take auto guns for some reason.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Sorry about the wobble there, guys. Oh shit. Okay. All right, all the bodies done there. Time for the heads and the backpacks and shit. Bastard. Bastard. Come on, you bastard jetpack. Get on there. Cool. Where's the Firefly head? There it is. One more Totenkorp done. Oh, fuck. I've got a bit of plastic glue on my finger. It's making it hard to stick the heads on. 2 more done. Three more done. Don't know where the head's going to go on this one. Let's presume this side. Might be that side, actually. It's hard to tell. Three. 4, sorry, that's 4 more Totenkorp. That's 5. Six. Which one looks more fucked up? 7. That's my 7 American ones done. I've already done 3 of the German ones, so we're back over to the German ones now. Bug it. Let's try again. Another one. Where's Bob? Come over here, Bob. Let's get your fucked up fucking neck on your fucking body. There he is. There he is. And there we are. And that is all 15 Totenkorp built in about 30 minutes. Including stream time and bollocking around and all that kind of stuff. Pretty good. Pretty good. So you could easily build 30 of these guys in an hour. Give or take a few minutes. I'm just saying, that's pretty easy. You gotta say that's impressive. I agree, Chris K. I'm not talking about my skills. I'm talking the ergonomics of the kit. By the way, never seen those models before. No instructions, nothing. Just fucking banged them out. Just banged them out, boys. That's the way sometimes, you know. That is the way. All right. I'm telling you. These new plastics are pretty good. Because I bet you get it in half. Dude, when you get the plastic Totenkorp, fucking film yourself or do a little timer or something. And, you know, figure out. I bet you could, man. I'm not the quickest hobbyist. Now I'll do it blind and naked. I'll have to wait for the next batch to turn up, and then I can do it blind and naked. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I don't have any more Totenkorp to do. Yeah. That being said, since it's not an official petted chill, could we have you sing instead of playing songs to monetize this YouTube? I mean, they will do. They will demonetize you for singing. Yeah. Community Totenkorp time trial. That would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool, man. Yeah. Cosmic, speaking of which, thank you for Super Chat, man. Project Paragon spam Battleport when? I'll tell you exactly when, Cosmic. You got to be patient. When I have my Totenkorp horde in place. I kind of want to do it. If I get an, I kind of want to see if I get an early copy of Festung Europa, because I want to do Paragon spam versus zombie spam, because I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be really, really, really cool. Cosmic, I do, yeah, keep in mind if you have the full license agreement for all Octopus song. Octopus! I want to be an octopus. Was it a magnificent cephalopod? I've forgotten the lyrics. Octopus, I want to be an octopus. I've got arms, no legs to fuss. Octopus. And there's something of the deep. I'm going to have to find it now. I got majestic. Majestic cephalopod. There you go. There you go, man. Play him. Play it. I'm not playing it. I'm not playing it. Maybe it's the outro or something. Big North. Big North, thank you for the 9-month member flex, man. 07 Night All. Night Big North, thank you for support, bro. You're a good lad. And then we've got Hardcover Pilot. Hardcover Pilot, thank you so much. 21 months, man. Deathwatch Kill Team Progress in stream discussion. I have to say, man, they do look pretty cool. Let's have a look. Slowly been working through my Deathwatch Veterans Kill Team. Just finished the marksman tonight. Got 4 more to get done for a GW store paint competition the first weekend of March. Nice. And these are the new ones as well. Cool. They do look cool. Deathwatch are really cool. Deathwatch are really, really, really cool. I hope Games Workshop does, more with them to make them what feels like a full army again. Yeah, gives them a bit of TLC because it feels like they deserve it. You've done a beautiful job on those models, man. And I hope it goes. I hope you do well at the paint competition, man. Nice. Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Nice. All right. There we go. How could you forget you've only listened to it 1,000 times? I know. I shouldn't have forgotten. I'm a bad person. I feel like I've heard it so much, the lyrics have now gone out of my mind. That doesn't make sense. Sandra, did you get the Nacht Zera? Also, I did not. If I had, I would have been talking about it. There we go. All right, 1 minute. I got a little bit of an itchy nose there. Butt Mountain, thank you for Super Chat, man. I saw this come in, bro. It looks amazing. The March of Handsome Franz. Well, that was fun, lol. It's brilliant, man. It's actually great. That's actually really, really good. Really, really well done. Just goes around with the fucking Handsome Franz on his back. Hands with Franz on the back. There you go. Or is he helping Hands? Well, he's Franz and he's helping Hands. There you go. There you are. He looks really cool, man. It's such a cool concept for a model. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. All right. Let's have a look what we got here, boys. I feel like... Ooh, what's the poll saying right now? 87 votes. That's interesting, that, isn't it? 87 votes. And the vast majority of people think the kit will be over £100. Whoa. That's spicy. That is very, very spicy. That's a pricey definer. Oh shit, man! I hope it. Fucking hell! I think I'm gonna lose a tenner here. I think I'm gonna lose a tenner. I hope you're all wrong, but Jesus, man, 100 quid for a defiler. The question is, will they upgrade its rules, or do you think It'll be... Do you think they'll give it, like, super heavy rules? What do you think? I wanted to cover the new Defiler tonight, but I might have to cover it in a future stream. Yeah. Well, by future stream, I mean like tomorrow. Yeah. It's a big boy. That Defiler, isn't it? I think they'll make it like a super heavy, like a big knight. Yeah. They'll have to if they want to charge over 100 quid for it. You can't charge Titanic prices and not have a Titanic model. Imagine, although if GW makes them really good, I already know how it's going to go. They're going to be really good. They're going to be undercosted in game. And they're going to cost £100 each. And GW is going to make it so that every Chaos player wants to take 3 of them. And then they'll get a bunch of people to spend 300 quid each. That's what they'll do, boys. That's what they'll do. Yeah. I mean, it's got 2 twin lance cannons, 2 metal guns, demo cannon, and then it's got strength 14 melee. Yeah, I mean, they're going to give it a glow up, aren't they? It's going to get a glow up. Yeah. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. And you know what? Seeing the Defiler stomp around the board is going to be really, really cool. Don't get me wrong. But they're gonna milk you, boys. Chaos players, get ready to be milked. And milked hard. Cosmic Drew, things for you. It's Drew's question. Look at the brain trying to think. Let's have a look. Mordy and Glory has a think about the octopus. Right, let's have a look here. Octopus! I can't even see it. 1 minute. I can't even hear it, I mean. Let me get both of these open. Alright, let's have a look. Cosmic. There we go. Octopus! Fucking I blew my own ears off. The brain trying to think. I've forgotten those lyrics. Octopus. I got most of it right. I'm gonna have to find it now. Oh no. What's this one? During the Cold War, Soviet Union issued MBC suits designed to protect against radioactive fallout and exposure of nuclear strikes. That's a suggested motion. I don't feel like he needed to do that motion. There we go. It's the new intro role required to play. Fuck's sake. Oh, there we are. Let's have a look. My 4-year-old knows all the words to the Octopus song. Hey! There we go, man. Great music right there. Yeah. Fair. Fair. All right. Well, gentlemen, I don't mean to upset you all. But we have been streaming for close on 6 hours. I therefore must upset you all, blue ball you all, and bring the stream to a close. I have loads more topics I could talk about, but it's going to take a few streams to get through them all. And many of them are not salty. So there we are. But it's been fun, Friar MG. Fuck's sake. I need to get a haircut. All right. But on a serious note, guys, it's been a great way to start the week. It's been interesting talking about the meta. It's been interesting to talk about and show off the new conflict models. If you missed the conflict models getting shown off, then tomorrow's video will cover the new Totenkorp. And yeah, there we go. But it's been a nice, it's been a banging stream to start the week off. Been a banging stream. But with all of that said, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you so much to everyone who joined, liked, and subscribed. If you've not already done so, don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all that good stuff. It's a big help for the channel. And of course, I want to say a massive, massive thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of their super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And yeah, I think that's everything. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
The night on Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volleys burning.